Para las personas que prefieren escuchar esta junta en español, pueden pasar con nuestro equipo de intérpretes al fondo de la sala del concilio de la ciudad para recibir asistencia. Si prefieres ver la transmisión desde tu computador o dispositivo móvil, puedes seguir toda la junta completamente en español en la página web sanantonio.gov/TVSA o también desde su televisor usando el sistema SAP en los canales que ves en pantalla. Por último, no olvides descargar la agenda de esta junta en la página web de español de la ciudad de San Antonio en sanantonio.gov/español.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for your patience. If you can begin to take your seats. And also let me ask council members who are still visiting with folks, please come and take your seats. We'll call our meeting to order. The time is 9:26 a.m. on the 10th day of November 2022. Our A session is now in order. Madam Clerk, could you read the roll?
Councilmember Bravo.
Here.
Councilmember Mickey Rodriguez.
Present.
Councilmember Villagrán.
Here.
Councilmember Rocha Garcia.
Here.
Councilmember Castillo. Councilmember Cabello Haverda.
Here.
Councilmember Sandoval. Councilmember Pelaez. Here. Councilmember Courage.
Present.
Councilmember Perry. Mayor Nierenberg.
Here.
Mayor, we have a quorum.
All right, to get us started today, let me give the floor to Councilmember Pelaez to welcome our invocator.
Thank you, Mayor. For reasons that'll become evident during a point of personal privilege, I have invited a dear friend of this council's, Rabbi Mara Nathan. She's the senior rabbi at Temple Bethel in San Antonio. I'm extremely envious because she chooses to continue living in District 9 and refuses to move to the Dominion. Dr. Rabbi Nathan is the first woman to serve as senior rabbi of a major congregation in all of Texas, not just San Antonio. And she was ordained in 2002 at the Hebrew Union College Jewish Institute of Religion in New York. Following her ordination, the good rabbi served as associate rabbi and director of congregational learning in Larchmont, New York. And during her almost 20 years of service at Larchmont, she played a very important role in all aspects of congregational life there, including spiritual worship and ritual and lifelong learning. And throughout her time at Temple Bethel in District 9, she prioritized community building and outreach, worship innovation, and social justice. And she uniquely serves the San Antonio Jewish community on a large scale, using her very loud and important voice to advance issues like human rights and dignity. And so I am truly blessed to call her a friend. San Antonio is blessed to have her here, and I think that you all agree, and I hope you will, all help me welcome Rabbi Nathan to this room. We're blessed to have you, Rabbi.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. In 1938, 84 years ago this week, Nazi leaders unleashed a series of pogroms against the Jewish population in Germany. Human beings lashed out at other human beings with irrational rage and disgust, destroying Jewish-owned stores, buildings, and synagogues. We remember November 9th and 10th as Kristallnacht or Crystal Night, named for the shards of broken glass that littered the streets in the wake of destruction. For Jewish people, Kristallnacht is considered to be the turning point when a growing trend towards racial discrimination and bigotry was revealed to be part of a brutal and murderous strategy to rid the world of Jews. But when we commemorate Kristallnacht in a greater community, and when we teach about the Holocaust, it is more than that. We are meant to remember how easy it is for humans to be cruel to other humans. We are meant to recognize how even easier it is to persecute or discriminate against a group of people looking away from the humanity of the individuals who make up that faith or have that skin color or identify in ways that are somehow considered different. We are meant to own our own responsibility, to bear witness, to testify, and to stand together. As author Isabel Wilkerson wrote, "Silence in the face of evil is itself evil. Not to speak is to speak. Not to act is to act." Nobel laureate Elie Wiesel, in his book One Generation After, tells the tale of a just man who came to the biblical city of Sodom, determined to save its inhabitants from sin and punishment. Night and day he walked the streets and the markets, preaching against greed and theft, falsehood, and indifference. In the beginning, people listened and smiled ironically. Then they stopped listening. He no longer even amused them. Killers went on killing. Wise people kept silent, as if there were no just people in their midst. One day, a child moved by compassion for the unfortunate preacher approached him with these words, "Poor stranger, you shout, you scream, but you don't see that it's hopeless." "Yes, I see," said the just man. "Then why do you go on?" "I'll tell you why," the just man replied. "In the beginning, I thought I could change man. Today, I know I cannot. If I still shout today, if I still scream against indifference, it is to prevent the world from ultimately changing me." By your presence here today, by your oath to serve our city, you commit to making sure that the fight against inequality, violence, greed, and indifference is not without hope. The health of our democracy assumes disagreement and debate. To flourish, the system requires goodwill, mutual respect, and hope. Today, as you join in the work of governance, may your hearts be filled with compassion. May your eyes be open to the injustices that still surround us. May your minds be focused on the challenging tasks before you. And may you never give up hope that there are still better things to come. Amen.
Thank you very much, Rabbi. All right, we've got a full agenda today. Before we get to our points of personal privilege, I'll note that we have items 3 and 4 for individual action. Items 3, 4, 5, and 6 for individual action. We have the rest of the items listed for for consent consideration. Are there any items to pull from the consent agenda that my colleagues would like to hear individually other than items 3 through 6?
Item 12.
Item 12. Any others?
Item 11.
Item 11. Okay, we've got items 3 through 6 as well as 11 and 12. Any further to pull from the consent agenda? Okay, if there are none, let me entertain a motion for the balance of the consent agenda. Okay, there's a motion and a second for items that will remain on consent. So let me go ahead and begin the discussion on the consent agenda. We have a few folks signed up to speak that are on items remaining on consent. We've got for items 9, 15, 16, and 22. Let me call up Jack Finger.
Well, Mayor Nirenberg, other members of our illustrious San Antonio City Council, for the record, my name is Jack M. Finger. Yes, Mr. Mayor, others, I have a few items I wish to bring to your attention on this portion of the agenda. One of them is item number 22. It's about the idea of annexing. Yes, annexing outside the city limits, and it's close to Ms. Haverda's district, District 6 there. Yes, Ms. Haverda, out in your area, just outside the limits there, the idea of annexing an area that is going to be designated for residential multifamily district. The idea of placing apartments over there. Well, Ms. Haverda, I don't know if you noticed this or not, but it's going to be placed, those apartments are going to be placed on a floodplain. A floodplain, Ms. Haverda. You want to place apartments on a floodplain? That's what 22 is all about. I don't know if you noticed it. I saw the map. You may want to take a look at the map and maybe just scotch that one for today. But the big one I see here is item number 9. Yes, item number 9, what is it? Well, it's about a contract with 58 professional contracts with civil engineering services for various landscape architectural services. And this is fine. This is a city that needs a landscaping every now and then, but I noticed that the companies that you, the city council, have contracted with, the shareholders, the owners have given y'all campaign finance contributions. Yes, what I ignominiously call the best city council money can buy. Yes, conflicts of interest. Now, item number 9. Mr. Mayor, you've gotten at least $12,000 from these folks. See, it's probably a whole lot more, but I stopped counting after an hour or two of checking it all out there. Mr. Bravo got $500. Ms. Villagran got 500, at least 500. Ms. Havertog, you've got 1,500. Sandoval got 500. Mr. Pelaez got 500. Mr. Courage got 1,000. Mr. Perry got 1,500 there. I mean, this is just a bit. The people who didn't get, well, we don't know. Mr. McKee, Rodriguez, maybe they didn't think you were worthy enough of it there. I just don't know. Ms. Castillo and Ms. Rocha Garcia, I guess they just thought you weren't worthy, you know. But then I don't know. We have yet to finish counting it all there. So yes, I don't know. It's a pretty dumb company to trying to give you all these contributions. If y'all do the right thing and abstain on voting on this, I mean, how is this thing going to pass?
Thank you, Mr. Finger. On item 14, we have John Bachman. Is John Bachman here? All right, let me begin the council discussion on the consent items. Any discussion? I don't see a queue, so if you can signal me. Councilmember Villagran.
Thank you. I'd like to highlight item 20. This pertains to the U.S. Travel Association's 2023 IPW conference here in San Antonio. Past IPWs have generated more than $5.5 billion in future travel, and this will be the first time IPW will be held in San Antonio, and the first time since 2000 it's been in Texas. So with what we're passing forward, this ordinance is necessary to enhance the lighting, landscaping, maintenance, public art, specialty program, and wayfinding throughout downtown, as well as wayfinding signage and digital displays. So this is something that not only our visitors from IPW that'll be here May 15th through the 26th will enjoy, but our residents also. So I'm very excited to see that we're passing this forward. We can look forward to an additional 300,000 visitors to San Antonio and $614 million in international visitor spending. So thank you, council colleagues, for moving this forward, and I look forward to having IPW here in May. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Villagran. Councilmember Courage.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to highlight item number 13, which is appointments to boards and commissions, and I want to recognize the appointment of Ms. Maribel Martinez, a student from UTSA, a resident of District 9, who will be representing our district and our city on the City of San Antonio Higher Education Student Advisory Board. And I really appreciate every member of District 9 and every citizen in the community who steps up and says they would like to serve in various capacities to help us do our job and understand what's going on with the citizens in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Courage. Councilmember Castillo.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm excited to highlight item 13, the appointment of Janie Barrera and Araceli Mancias to the West Side TERS. We all know that the West Side's that last piece to receive its fair share of investment, and I can't imagine any other better advocates to serve on the West Side TERS to ensure that we invest in District 5 and the West Side in particular equitably and with the established communities in mind. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Castillo. Any further discussion on the consent agenda? All right, hearing none, there is a motion and a second for approval of the consent agenda. That's all items save for 3 through 6. Please vote. I'm sorry, all items save for 3 through 6 and 11 and 12. Thank you, Councilman Courage. Okay, well, let's do a hand vote, roll call. Well, just scratch that. We'll vote in the system. There's a motion and a second for all items save for 3 through 6 and 11 and 12. Please vote. Motion carries. All right, before we get into our individual items, we have many folks in the audience today who we'd like to recognize. Let me start with some of our esteemed city employees. We today are joined by 6 City of San Antonio Solid Waste Management Department employees who were recently named the best in the nation after competing in the annual Solid Waste Association of North America Road EO competition held on October 15th in El Paso, Texas. So let's give it up to our great solid waste drivers. To recognize their accomplishments individually, let me turn it over to our city manager, Eric Walsh.
Great, thanks, Mayor. Thank you for recognizing the crew back there. Let me introduce some. Raul Perez, Gerardo Saucedo, Gilbert De La Rosa, Leo Saldana, Felix Rodriguez, and Sam Rodriguez. And so, as the mayor mentioned, over 150 competitors from across the country gathered in El Paso to participate in what's known as a rodeo. And we had a very great showing. We always have a great showing at that competition for both drivers that maneuver the equipment. Raul Perez garnered first place, and Gerardo Saucedo captured second place in the tractor-trailer competition. And then we also have mechanics that participate and that do performed time diagnostics of the equipment. And Felix Rodriguez won first place, and Sam Rodriguez took second place. So certainly proud of the team. Certainly proud of the team and what they were able to accomplish. Certainly they represented the city well and their department, and proud of the work. So thank you. Thanks, guys.
Great job, guys. Thank you very much, Eric. All right, if you noticed, we also have some from United States Marines with us today, and I want to say good morning and happy birthday to the United States Marines. I want to thank the Marines of the 4th Reconnaissance Battalion, 4th Marine Division, led by Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Riglin, for the great ceremony we witnessed here today. We also want to welcome the Marines of Recruiting Station San Antonio and H Company, NSA, Texas. Would all Marine active duty retirees and veterans please stand to be recognized today on the 247th birthday of the Marine Corps? Thank you for being here. So if we can have our Marine active duty veterans and retirees please stand. I also want to mention our approximately 300 Marine veterans who are city employees, some of whom you've just seen. You served your nation honorably, and today you exemplify your motto, Semper Fidelis, by your service to the community, and thank you. The Corps has a long and illustrious history and rich traditions which date back to its founding in a tavern in Philadelphia on this day in 1775. Since then, and in every climate and place, Marines have served with distinction in nearly every conflict in our nation's history. Beginning with their service aboard Navy vessels during the War for Independence, Marines have acquitted themselves as the world's foremost fighting force, displaying uncommon valor in distant shores and at home. Marines have earned their hard-fought reputation in the battlefields of Billy Wood, Guadalcanal, Iwo Jima, Incheon, Quezon, Sioux City, Fallujah, Ramadi, Marja, and many other places. Marines have not only acquitted themselves in war, but their record of service in peace is just as honorable. They've been called to serve during natural and man-made disasters, saving lives and giving hope to people who have lost everything during Hurricane Katrina, the Haiti earthquake of 2010, the nuclear disaster in Fukushima, Japan, the wildfires on the U.S. West Coast, and many other places. While we have a small but mighty contingent of active duty Marines here in San Antonio, the number of Marine veterans and retirees is large and very active, supporting the community. Our Marine Corps League promotes the interests and preserves Marine Corps' traditions, and this includes supporting the annual Toys for Tots campaign, volunteering for numerous charitable causes, assisting veterans with issues of common concern, and helping with the annual citywide Marine Corps Ball, all of which, or some of which we have attended this last year. However, don't be fooled by the Marines' tough exterior. Since 1947, the Marine Corps Reserves has delivered hope in over 600 million toys, books, and other gifts to 281 million less fortunate children around the U.S. Here in San Antonio, our own 4th Reconnaissance Battalion does a great job administering the Toys for Tots program. Some thoughts which I think epitomize the Marine spirit. After the Battle of Iwo Jima, Admiral Nimitz said of the Marines, "Uncommon valor was a common virtue." And recently, when General James Mad Dog Mattis was asked what keeps Marines up at night, his immediate response was, "Nothing. We keep people up at night." So on behalf of the citizens of San Antonio, I want to wish the men and women of the United States Marine Corps a very happy 247th birthday. Hoorah!
Mayor Nirenberg, City Council members, visitors and citizens of San Antonio, and Marines of all ages, thank you very much for that very gracious welcome. That's one of the nicest I've received in almost 20 years of service. You did an excellent job, sir, in detailing our history and some of the places we've been and some of the places the men and women here have served. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you in San Antonio for everything you have done for us. As you mentioned, Mayor Nirenberg, there's a small Marine detachment here, but San Antonio punches well above its weight in what it provides to the Marine Corps. All Navy corpsmen who are not Marines, but in a sense are very much Marines, begin their time here, training at the Army Medical Facility as their entry-level training. These corpsmen join us in every conflict, and the lives of many of our friends have been preserved through their valor and their proficiency. And that was given to them right here. And for that, you have mine and every Marine's undying gratitude for what you have done for us, taking it through there. More than that, San Antonio punches well above its weight, much like the Marine Corps does, in providing members to service. My very first duty station in San Diego, a very old Sergeant Major had a talk with us about living in San Diego and informed us that everyone loves Marines except people who have to live right next to Marines. That was meant as a cautionary remark to make sure that we were being polite and quiet by a certain point, and there's a little bit of truth to it, though. In San Antonio, though, I have never met a more welcoming or greeting place. I have met Marines from Texas and San Antonio in particular, in Kabul, in Herat, in Baghdad, in Saudi Arabia, in Pakistan, and Australia. I do not believe there is a single Marine who does not have a friend or know somebody who hails originally from your city. Our recruiting station colleagues here are one of the most successful recruiting stations in this country. They recently received an award for that this year. In fact, they're helping pull the weight of a lot of other recruiting stations that are struggling right now to fill the ranks. They will tell you that's because they have the best and best-looking recruiters, and there's some truth to that. But a lot of that is because San Antonio truly is Military City USA and goes well above and beyond to support our efforts here and provide us with the continuance of our Marine Corps through the service of your sons, your daughters, your brothers, your sisters, your husbands, and your wives. For that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. And the Marine Corps and all services will always have a home here. We are gracious to join with you. Mr. Mayor, at this time, I'd like to invite you down to join me here for one of our longstanding Marine Corps customs of cutting the birthday cake. I would also like to invite all previously serving Marines to join us here on the dais, where we're going to honor the oldest, the youngest, and our guest of honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is customary at Marine Corps Birthday Celebration worldwide for Marines to cut a traditional cake in celebration of the birth of our illustrious Corps. The first piece is given to the guest of honor, Mayor Ron Nirenberg. The next piece is given to our oldest and youngest Marine present, symbolizing the experience and the youthful spirit, that hallmark of our Corps. The oldest Marine present is Sergeant John A. Rodriguez. He was born on February 8, 1943 in San Antonio, Texas. He enlisted in the Marine Corps on April 23, 1963, and was assigned to Marine Air Group 36, MCAS El Toro, California. The passing of the cake from the oldest to youngest Marine symbolizes the passing of history and tradition to the next generation. The youngest Marine present is Sergeant Juan Martinez, Jr. He was born on August 12, 1996, in San Antonio, Texas. He enlisted in the Marine Corps on November 5, 2019, and is currently assigned to 4th Reconnaissance Battalion as a battalion armor.
Thank you very much to our United States Marines. And also a special thanks to General Juan Ayala, who looks extra sharp today in his uniform. All right, we also now want to recognize National Women Apprenticeship Day, and it gives me great honor to read the following proclamation. Whereas the City of San Antonio will observe National Women in Apprenticeship Day on November 17, 2022, to show their commitment to supporting and growing women's participation in apprenticeship programs, including apprenticeships where women currently are in a minority. And whereas rising costs of higher education and workforce training make registered apprenticeship, combining paid employment and classroom education and offering a pathway to recognize industry-level credentials, an increasingly important and affordable career training pathway. And whereas companies that employ a more diverse workforce see greater increases in productivity, profitability, and lower staff turnover, in addition, women make significant contributions to our communities and should receive equal opportunities to participate fully and equally in our country's growing economy. And whereas women, especially women of color, have historically been excluded from apprenticeship opportunities that lead to highly paid, meaningful careers with family-supporting wages, and whereas economic equality for all who live in San Antonio, Texas, is measured not only by protection from discrimination, but also by equitable access to quality job opportunities. Now, therefore, I, Ron Nirenberg, Mayor of the City of San Antonio, in recognition thereof, do hereby proclaim November 17, 2022, to be National Women in Apprenticeship Day in San Antonio, Texas. And I know we have Allie here. Come on up, Allie, give us a few words.
Thank you so much, Mayor Ron, and to the council for having us. I feel ill-prepared. I did not bring any baked goods today. I'll remedy that next year. Apprenticeship is crucial, and it's vital to the survival of the skilled trades. I run a plumbing company here in San Antonio. Need a plumber, yell for George. And in that, we find that the average age of a master plumber is 59 years old. And we are not bringing in apprentices at the level that we need to be bringing them in. The military is doing a great job, and so are colleges, and as the skilled trades, we need to up the ante and bring more diversity and women into the skilled trades. In addition to that, we need to make sure we can keep them there, that we can retain them. Recruiting them is not enough. We need to make sure that there's infrastructure to support their work, like childcare, maternity leave. These are problems that affect not just apprentices, women. This affects every human. So we greatly appreciate you acknowledging the role of apprentices, and we are grateful for a city that understands the importance with programs like SA Ready to Work and the great work that the workforce development in Bexar County is doing. So thank you so much for having us.
Thank you very much. Ali Perez. Ali is the founder of Texas Women in Trades, and I'd like the following board members to please stand and be recognized. We have Anita Fernandez from OCI Group, Robert Moritz, DHR Architects, Rebecca Young, Lone Star Construction Training, and Brianna Hune, Girls with Grit. So please stand. Thank you all very much. Finally, for me, and before I turn it over to my colleagues, I'd like to recognize that November 12th through 20th is the start of National Hunger and Homelessness Awareness Week, an annual week-long program held the week before Thanksgiving to bring awareness to the ongoing problem of hunger and homelessness in our community. Many households across the nation are just one paycheck away from experiencing homelessness. Unfortunately, many of our neighbors are forced to choose between basic necessities like purchasing food, paying rent, or going to the doctor. In San Antonio, nonprofits, homeless providers, and community members come together during the National Hunger and Homelessness Awareness Week to contribute to a national social movement that draws attention to the problem with the aim to end homelessness by solving its root causes. The week will be filled with conversations about stereotypes, improving policy, helping service providers, fundraising, and so much more. You can find all of these events listed by visiting the South Alamo Regional Alliance for Homelessness webpage. And the coordination and collaboration between our homeless service providers, our city departments, and our community partners working to end homelessness has garnered national attention through the House America Initiative. I'm certain that together we can continue to effectively address the root causes of homelessness. The National Hunger and Homelessness Awareness Week will be kicked off with Sam Ministries' 22nd annual Empty Bowls event this Sunday, and I have the distinct pleasure now of inviting Nikisha Baker, President and CEO of Sam Ministries, to say a few words to us here today.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and members of City Council. I'm honored to be here with you this morning as Sam Ministries prepares to kick off Hunger and Homelessness Awareness Week with our annual Empty Bowls event. This year's event marks a return to the normalcy as our community will celebrate this event in person as it has been for 20 years prior. We will have handcrafted bowls from local artisans, warm soup from some of San Antonio's best chefs, live music, fellowship, and more. More important than the wares from the event is the symbolism of the traditional meal of soup served with warm bread. So many San Antonians experience homelessness and food insecurity every day. On Monday, community partners from across the community supporting the least of our neighbors will gather together to highlight the impact of homelessness and hunger in San Antonio and Bexar County. We'll share stories. One of particular importance to me is that of Charisma. And Charisma is a young mom that recently connected with Sam Ministries Young Adult Stability and Support Center. She dropped out of high school to care for her baby, but in October, at 22 years old, successfully completed her high school diploma. On behalf of Charisma and all of those who experienced or overcome housing or food instability, I am happy to present each of you with an empty bowl this morning. My hope is that you will display it in your home or office as we work together to highlight these important issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nikisha, our Sam Ministries team, and everyone at the South Alamo Regional Alliance. I'll recognize now Councilmember Manny Pelaez with a point of personal privilege.
Thanks, Mayor. Let me tee up this point of personal privilege. in kind of an unusual way. Many of you know that I love classic cars. The older the car, the more I love it. And anywhere I travel around the world, I always like visiting and taking the opportunity to visit museums dedicated to the automotive industry. In July, I was in Europe and I got to visit Munich, and I'd always wanted to visit the BMW Museum. It's one of the largest automotive museums on the planet, and I was in awe. This place is cavernous. It's just this enormous palace dedicated to like engineering and science and innovation, and you get to see every old car in the world. And I was walking through this just enormous museum. I stumbled across a room dedicated to BMW and the German automotive industry's role in the Holocaust. This room contained photographs of victims of the Holocaust, photographs of the cadavers, photographs of the dormitories where many of these poor human beings and these victims of the Holocaust were housed. And the reason it was in this museum is because this automotive industry in Germany used slave labor to manufacture its vehicles. What's amazing about this room is that this is a company who many decades later continues to take ownership of its sins. And I walked out of there heartbroken, but also very impressed at the maturity of the leadership and of the humility of people to name their sins and point to the enormous mistake that they made and the crimes that they committed. That is something that in the United States we're seeing not happen. We're seeing leaders out there trying to erase difficult moments from history books and making it more and more difficult for children to understand the sins of our forefathers. But that's why I wanted to bring this point of personal privilege to you today. November 9th and November 10th are recognized worldwide as the beginning of the Holocaust with the November pogroms in Germany. I invited our friend Nami Echelov to come and talk to us a little bit about what this means to the Jewish community in San Antonio, what the long arc of history is teaching us, what the Federation's Holocaust Remembrance Museum is doing about it, right? And maybe give us a little bit of hope, but also ring a bell of warning, right? Because like you, Nami, I'm seeing some ugliness out there that unless we point to it, shine the light on it, and name it, it'll continue to grow in the darkness. And if the Holocaust was proof of anything, it was a major failure of leadership because people didn't speak out. The one thing that stands out to me, and I remind my kids all the time, is that it wasn't just people doing horrible things to other human beings on those 2 nights. It was good, quiet Germans who stood by and did nothing and said nothing that night, but not just that night, but years leading up to that night. And the lack of humanity and the ugliness went unchecked. And one of the ways that we check it in San Antonio is by having this jewel of a museum. So Nami, come on up here and unpack that for me a little bit, and welcome to City Hall.
Thank you, Councilman Pelaez. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to the other council members. You raise a very important storyline to this morning, the 2 days of Kristallnacht. And I would remiss to say, to not start with Elie Wiesel's quote, the opposite of love is not hate, it's indifference. And many of us here don't exhibit hate, but sometimes we don't always step up to the moments and opportunities we have when hate occurs around us. And Kristallnacht, today and yesterday, are the 2 days that are signified as the turning point of the Holocaust, the beginning of the Holocaust. Between 1933 and 1938, there were incidents, actions taken against the Jews, but not necessarily physical. There was moments of rights being taken away. There were different kinds of things that were happening in those 5 years. but Germany took the opportunity to test the world's resolve in Kristallnacht 1938. And they shattered Jewish businesses, rounded up 30,000 Jews, killed almost 100 individuals during those 2 days, and the authorities and the government simply looked the other way, testing to see what the world was going to do during those 2 days. And the world did nothing. And because the world did nothing, 6 million Jews and 5 million other members of the European community died during the wars, during the Holocaust. And so I'm here today to thank you, to thank the community for giving me these few moments to be able to share that we have a gem in this community. We have the Holocaust Memorial Museum of San Antonio in San Antonio. That museum sees approximately 20,000 public school and private school children every year. We thank the Senate legislatures for passing SB 1828, which requires the learning of Holocaust studies 1 week out of the year in our students' experiences. But overall, what Kristallnacht is really about is, as the mayor said last evening in our interfaith and law enforcement gathering, that we thank the council members Garcia and Councilmember Courage for being there, and we know that there are many things happening that other council members couldn't be there, but extended their support of the event, that if we don't act when those small things happen around us, we are just as responsible and culpable for when the major things continue to happen. And so, on behalf of the 12,000 Jews that live in the greater San Antonio area, we thank you for being wonderful neighbors, supportive fellows, and graciously accepting us into the community. But we ask you, we plead with you and we beg you, that if moments of hate occur around you, to please stand up, speak up, and take action. Because we have learned through history that when that doesn't happen, terrible things follow. So thank you for your time this morning. We really appreciate it, and thank you for District 8.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councilmember Pelaez. Now to Councilmember Cabello-Haverda.
Thank you, Mayor. Today's a good day to thank our veterans and their families for their service, as tomorrow is Veterans Day. Thank you to all our veterans. There's some here today for all that you've sacrificed and that you've done you continue to do for our community. San Antonio is known as Military City, USA, and it's in no small part due to our veterans. It's in our city's DNA to support military missions in San Antonio. I'm proud to say District 6 has the highest percentage of veterans in the city. And veterans are our neighbors, our work colleagues, our friends and families, family. Veterans are the backbone of my family. My father is a veteran. My little brother, whose birthday happens to be Veterans Day as well. My father-in-law, of course, many uncles and cousins, and part of my city family as well. Councilman Courage, General Ayala, I don't know if he's still here, Tim Wallover, our city attorney, numerous San Antonio police officers and firefighters, and of course many, many others. They're also part of the backbone of our economy, and I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that. San Antonio is resilient because of our veteran community. And because our veteran community is so strong. We thank you for being our neighbors, for choosing our city to retire, to raise your families, and to build your businesses, to work towards your dreams. San Antonio is proud of you, and we thank you. I also want to bring attention today to Mayor to Texas Thespians. Is the group here? The Texas Thespian group? Y'all want to come up? Join me in celebrating a group of District 6 students who are taking part in a unique arts festival this weekend. The students of the Edgewood Fine Arts Academy, if you'll come to the podium. These young men and women study theater arts at Edgewood Fine Arts and will be participating in the Texas Thespians Festival this weekend at the Henry B. Gonzalez Convention Center. Texas Thespians is the largest chapter in the nation of the Education Theater Association, which sponsors the International Thespian Society. As an educational honor society, they're dedicated to honoring excellence in theater by encouraging and improving the skills of theater students and their educators throughout the state of Texas. This year, the Texas Thespians celebrates its 50th anniversary, and hundreds of theater arts students from across the state of Texas will gather in our city for their Texas Thespian Festival from November 12th through the 15th. To help them celebrate, the exterior lights of the Convention Center will shine blue and yellow, the organization's official colors, from Saturday through Tuesday. Would somebody like to just say a few words?
Good morning. My name is Faith Estrada, and I serve on the board of the San Antonio Youth Commission, as well as part of Troop 7382. Today, I want to talk about how theater and the arts have helped others, including myself, around the city. As the arts and theater are fun to see and exciting to be in, there is more that goes into the arts that encourage a person's brain, body, emotions in different ways to encourage their confidence and find joy in being themselves. It teaches us empathy, and most importantly, teaches us how to prepare for the real world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mayor Bailey, do you have a proclamation?
Yes. Whereas the Texas Thespians will host their annual state festival at the Henry B. Gonzalez Convention Center November 12th through 15th, 2022 to celebrate 50 years in theater education, and whereas established in 1952, Texas Thespians, an educational honor society, is dedicated to honoring excellence in theater by encouraging and improving the skills of theater students and their educators throughout the state of Texas. And whereas illustrious organizations provides educational festivals, workshops for students, and professional development conferences for teachers and administrators, in addition, Texas Thespians provides over $75,000 in scholarships each year for graduating seniors and awards over $15,000 in thespian bucks for teachers. And whereas theater arts can be traced back to 6th century Athens, where ancient hymns were sung, later adding choral processions with costumes and masks, this valuable and respectable art form comprised of words, voice, movement, and visual elements is universally essential in all communities and cultures, as it unites us together to tell the stories of our past, present, and future. Now, therefore, I, Ron Nirenberg, Mayor of the City of San Antonio, in recognition thereof, do hereby proclaim November 12th through 15th, 2022, to be Texas Thespian Festival Days in San Antonio, Texas, and congratulate the organization on their 50th anniversary, and commend Texas Thespians for their achievements, efforts, and dedication to promote global theater education. Congratulations, y'all. Thank you all for being here. For a bunch of performers, though, you're very reluctant to take the microphone. Thank you, guys. All right, let me recognize now Councilmember McKee Rodriguez for a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, thank you. We have a very special anniversary today, but not the kind of anniversary you're thinking. Today we have special guests, Pastor Michael Brown and his wife, Joy Brown. Pastor Michael Brown is celebrating his 25th pastoral anniversary this coming Sunday at True Vision Church. He has served faithfully for 5 years as the president of the Baptist Ministers Union of San Antonio, and also served as the Institute and Revival Chair of this organization. Pastor Brown is a 1994 cum laude graduate of the American Baptist College of the American Baptist Theological Seminary of Nashville, Tennessee, and received a Bachelor of Arts degree in Biblical Studies and Christian Education. As a born and raised San Antonian, we are grateful for his tireless service to our city and communities. I'd love if you would like to step up to the podium, say a few words.
To our Mayor Nunberg, to thank you, Brother Jalen Rodriguez, to all the City Council. Brother Mayor, I could share a lot of words today, but I will not. I'm just thankful to be here and thankful to be honored by the city of my birth, to be able to pastor in this town for these many years and even serve in ministry in other places under my father, who pastored for 46 years, a brother who pastors insurance as well. It's just a blessing to be here. All praise, honor, and glory go to my God, my King. So thank you so much. Much appreciated.
Thank you so much, and I will see you on Sunday.
Thank you, Councilmember McKee Rodriguez. And now to Councilmember Villagran for a point of personal privilege.
Thank you. In honor of Veterans Day, I invited the District 3 Veterans of Foreign War Post as my point of personal privilege guests. If they could start making their way to the podium, I'd appreciate it. And bring your family members also that are here. We honor those veterans who served in the Army, Navy, Air Force, Coast Guard, Marines, and National Guard, as well as the contribution to their spouses. And I see Mrs. Gomez is here today. Today we have Commander Alvarado from VF VFW Post 9186 and Commander Gomez from VF Post 4815, along with their members and organizations. And I think we lost a couple of the Marines to the cake. My father was a veteran, and there are many veterans like my father who continue to serve by making communities like San Antonio a better place to live. The VFW isn't just a place for veterans, they've made it a place for the entire community. And I'm so proud of the work they've done. These are two of my very active ones that I've been visiting for venues, for events. And throughout your years of service, your contribution to our community has created a strong foundation for the patriotism in Military City, USA. So I'm going to invite Commander Alvarado or Commander Gomez to say a few words, if you'd like, and just see if my council colleagues like to chime in, because I know everyone has a VFW post.
Thank you very much. I never met a mic I didn't like. Thank you, Mayor, for having us here today. Thank you, councilperson. Thank you, council members, for inviting us during your point of personal privilege. It is a privilege and an honor for us to stand before you today here on Veterans Day and also on the Navy Marine Corps birthday. So first of all, I want to say happy birthday to our Marines out there. Happy birthday. My message today is a quick one. All right, my message today is there was a time. All right, there was a time. There was a time when our veterans came back from the Spanish-American War, came back from Tripoli, came back from the Philippine insurrection with absolutely nothing. Nothing but $13 in discharge papers. There was a time when our veterans fought and died for our country to come back to nothing. So on September 29th, 1899, a group of these veterans got together and we said, enough's enough. Enough is enough. And they established what we now know today as the Veterans of Foreign Wars. We were established on September 29th, 1899 for one purpose, and that was to help veterans, their surviving spouses, and their families. Now, over 100 years later, we've broadened, we've widened our scope. We not only serve our veterans, their families, their family members, and surviving spouses and surviving children, but we also serve first responders in the area. We serve our communities. We serve the elderly. We serve children. We're open to the public, folks. I know one of the biggest questions is, what do you do there at the VFW? What is the VFW? Is that a place where we could go and drink beer and hang out and tell war stories? Well, I'm here to tell you right now, I've been with the VFW 10 years, and I've never seen that. I've never seen a bunch of veterans sitting around drinking, telling war stories. I'll tell you what I do see. Our comrade right here, Robert Anguiano, yesterday, what I saw yesterday is he helped a 50-year-old surviving child. I'll say that again. A 50-year-old surviving child with benefits because his father died from service-connected illnesses from serving in Vietnam, his Agent Orange exposure. 50-year-old child, surviving child. That's what I see at the VFW. We have our comrade post surgeon here. What do I see at our VFW? We have post surgeon Bessie Prado, who is our post surgeon in charge of and pretty much just sending out the message of public health awareness, not only to our veterans, but to our members in the community. That's what I see at the VFW. We have our junior vice commander, Rudy Rodriguez, who's in charge of our essay contests, our scholarship programs for junior high school, our Patriots Pin scholarship programs, our Voice of Democracy scholarship programs, and our Teacher of the Year award programs. These are programs that we pump thousands of dollars into the community. We're not a place where veterans sit around and drink beer and tell war stories. We do a lot more. Now, a lot of it, yes, we do under the radar, but we do a lot more. And again, hey, I don't want to take the mic too long. Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you, council members. Go VFW. Happy Veterans Day.
Good morning, Mayor, Council members there. Well, he said it all. I mean, I'm not going to repeat the same thing over and over. But we have VFW Post 4815, Councilwoman over here has supported us very much, and we support the community there. We now we're getting ready to go ahead and give, we adopted 50 families from the school district, the most needed families. We're going to give out 50 turkeys for Thanksgiving. On Christmas, we have the Christmas Children's Party, which we provide toys for the children there. We used to rent from anywhere 250 to 325 children through there every year. Now with the virus and all that, this come down to knock it down and all that, but last year we had it again, and praise the Lord, it went real well. So we're gonna do it this year again. My senior vice right here, he belongs to church, Last Chance Ministry. They provide a lot of food. As a matter of fact, yesterday he was out there in the rain providing food to everybody that comes through there. We do a lot of service like that. We are for the community. So all that saying, like I said, I don't want to take much time because he said it all, everything else that we do, VFW. So thank you all very much, and thank you for inviting us here. Have a blessed day.
Thank you all very much, and happy Veterans Day to all of you. All right, thank you, Councilmember Villagran. Lastly, before we get into our agenda today, I do want to recognize the lifeblood of our economy is in and present today in our small business community. We have many folks who have joined us today. I'd like to start a recognition of our Buy Local program with a proclamation. It reads, whereas the City of San Antonio's Economic Development Department will celebrate Buy Local season November 26, 2022 to December 31st, 2022 to support small businesses and create awareness to buying local this holiday season. And whereas by keeping money where your heart lives, supporting an economy of friends and neighbors, we can build a community that thrives and distinguishes the uniqueness of our community. And whereas despite the COVID-19 pandemic, many small businesses showed resiliency and innovation to maintain their services and products available to our community. And whereas the observance will kick off Small Business Saturday, the Saturday after Thanksgiving, which marks the unofficial start of the holiday shopping season, to ensure that consumers keep local businesses in mind as they buy gifts, and whereas the goals of this initiative are to encourage residents and visitors to shift at least 10% of spending to local independent businesses to keep a larger share of dollars in our community, stimulate a multiplier effect, and create new jobs. Now, therefore, I, Ron Nirenberg, Mayor of the City of San Antonio, in recognition thereof, do hereby proclaim November 26th through December 31st, 2022 to be Buy Local season in San Antonio, Texas, and encourage our residents to support small businesses in our vibrant city. So can I have our small business community please stand up and our leadership to come forward to the podium? Come on up, Jeremy.
I thought they were going to come up behind me. Sorry about that. So, my name is Jeremy Roberts. I am the chair of the Small Business Advisory Commission for the City of San Antonio. I just want to say that I am a small business owner myself. I come from a family of small businesses, grew up in the small business world, and it truly is the lifeblood of our city. If you think about it, no big corporation in this city can survive without the small businesses that surround it. And by making this initiative and focusing on our small business, that change in 10%, you're not only supporting the small business, but you're supporting the generations of families that have helped build those businesses. So you're helping the San Antonio economy, and you're helping the city of San Antonio and its people. So if you have that chance, rather than going out to Amazon, sorry Amazon, right? Go down the street, buy local. Don't hit up those chains. Just go to the local mom and pops that you see and support them. Tell them how much you care. Tell them that they're there to support your neighborhood and why they're important to your neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. To all our small businesses, thank you very much, and people will be looking for this Buy Local logo in all of our local shops. Let me recognize Councilmember Castillo with some points on this item.
Thank you. I want to thank our Small Business Advisory Committee for the continued work in ensuring that we put San Antonio small businesses first and reminding community that beyond buying local 24/7, 365 years a day, that we need to ensure that we're also identifying local contractors, right, and that we're rewarding them with those positions and ensuring that we're getting those local contracts as well. I also have to do a plug, right, because we're also thanking our veterans in that support small businesses that are owned and operated by veterans. In District 5, we have the boxing station owned and operated by a Marine veteran on El Paso Street. So I want to encourage folks while they're shopping local and honoring Veterans Day that we're also supporting our veteran-owned businesses, especially as we're gearing up for those New Year's resolutions. Support your veteran-owned small businesses and boxing gyms. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Castillo. Councilmember Rocha Garcia.
Thank you, and I just wanted to add my thanks for all that you all do for small business, and you all are exactly what was intended when the CCR that I proposed to create the Small Business Advisory Commission came to be. So you all make me so proud. You're representing every council district, and I'm looking forward to a lot of the work that you all will be doing with the construction ordinance. Jeremy gave me a sneak peek the other day of what you all were working on, and I'm very, very excited. Thank you for being the voice of small business.
Thank you all very much, and thank you to the Advisory Commission and to all the businesses who came out to making time to do this. We know every minute is valuable in a small business owner's life, so appreciate you all being out to recognize and to represent the entire small business community here in San Antonio. Thank you all. All right, we're going to proceed now to our agenda, beginning with item 3. So, Madam Clerk, could you read the caption?
Item number 3 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Antonio, Texas, censuring City Council Member Mario Bravo's recent actions and issuing a vote of no confidence.
All right, before we get underway, let me remind everyone, I would like to note that this council action is being taken only in response to the findings of an independent investigation related to an incident that occurred on September 15th of this year. I'd like to now turn it over to Andy Segovia, our city attorney, before we open it up for comments.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to remind the council and level set for the community the process we used to investigate the September 15th incident involving Councilman Bravo and Councilwoman Sandoval. Whenever we have a workplace conduct issue that involves an executive, we normally retain an outside counsel to conduct an investigation into the facts and to provide a legal analysis of the potential liability to the city. We do that to ensure an unbiased third party using professional investigative practices provides us an objective view of the facts and a determination of whether our applicable workplace policies were violated. In this instance, we did retain outside counsel who is well-versed in our workplace policies and in conducting these types of investigations. Indeed, our investigator is board certified in labor and employment law. The scope of the investigation was to determine what occurred on September 15th in these chambers and to determine if Councilman Bravo's behavior violated our workplace policies. Our investigator interviewed Councilman Bravo, Councilwoman Sandoval, and other individuals who witnessed what occurred. She also reviewed video recorded before and during the meeting. During these interviews, the witnesses are provided a written version of their statements and are allowed to review, edit, or clarify their statement before they sign the document as their official statement. Witnesses are allowed to supplement their statements with information that is pertinent to the investigation. Given the scope provided, the investigator determined that our workplace policies were indeed violated on September 15th. That determination was reported to City Council, which is the only body capable of taking any action under the constraints of our city charter. To be clear, information related to actual or perceived grievances against Councilman Bravo occurring before September 15th are not pertinent to the investigation or to the resolution before council. That is, unless you presuppose that past wrongs, perceived or real, somehow justify or excuse what would otherwise be considered unacceptable behavior in the workplace. That is not the legal framework under which we operate. That is not the professional or ethical model by which we live under. There is no payback or retribution exceptions under our policy. The process we use to investigate this matter is a best practice. It's used by any organization that takes workplace safety seriously and workplace environment seriously as well. Thank you, Mayor, for letting me clarify that.
Thank you, Andy. And before I bring folks up, there are people who signed up to speak. I will bring them up in order of sign up. I'll read the next name, so if you can be prepared to come up. Everyone will have, individuals will have 3 minutes to speak. You may cede your time to someone else if you choose. But let me also reinforce what Andy said. Again, the action being taken by council pertains to the incident on September 15th. Any other issues being brought up by comments will be, I'll let you know, I'll warn you that that is not pertinent, not germane, and if it continues after 2 warnings, you will be cut off from time, you'll lose your time. So let's keep it on the action, item 3, and so I'll begin with Danny DeGuire. Is Danny DeGuire here? Okay. Catherine Bravo. Ms. Bravo, you'll be followed by Armando Gutierrez Bravo.
Good morning, City Council members. My name is Catherine Bravo, and I'm a District 1 resident and an extremely proud to be Mario Bravo's mother. As an elected council member, Mario has met with as many of District 1 constituents as possible to hear their needs, their challenges, disagreements, and solutions. Mario has always seen that environmental policies can make our city a healthier place. When he worked for the Environmental Defense Fund, he urged the city to take a stronger role in improving air quality, important in a city that continues to have one of the highest number of ozone days in the United States. Those are the days when our schools cannot let kids out for recess. Those are the days when all who work outside, many city employees, are adversely affected. Mario knows weatherization programs would not only protect people in their homes during extreme weather, but save our city money. Planting more trees is tried and true method to lower energy consumption. He and his staff are out in District 1 listening to residents and business owners, trying to find solutions to make San Antonio safer, healthier, and more successful. 2 days ago, I saw a headline in the Express News that read, "Mayor says democracy is at stake in the 2022 elections." I agree, and I believe that democracy is at stake today, here, in these chambers, with this resolution. I was a mediator for many years at Bexar County Dispute Resolution Center. We resolved disputes between landlords and tenants, husbands and wives, business owners and employees. These practices were opportunities for healing, understanding, apologizing, change, restitution, and going forward. This process saved time, money, and heartache. That leads me to question how this city, how our city, a very large employer, resolves its issues. It would seem from all news accounts that the process used in this case was based on some unclear and previously unheard of rules. The investigation was kept in the dark, witnesses unknown, accused party not allowed to speak. The clearest rule seemed to be public shaming. That does not seem an effective way to move forward. Indeed, when I was a school teacher, shaming was never allowed. I urge you all today to consider the damage this could do to our city's progress and credibility.
Thank
Please
you, Ms.
do not
Bravo.
pass this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bravo. Let me remind folks that subjects such as policy issues are not germane to the item. Let's stick to item number 3. Armando Gutierrez Bravo. Mr. Bravo, you'll be followed by Betty Eckert.
Good morning, City Council. Ruha to all the great Marines that already left and the VFW that showed up here. I am Armando Gutierrez Bravo. I am the proud father of District 1 Representative Mario Bravo. Mario is someone who graduated from the University of Texas in Austin. He also got his master's there at the LBJ School of Business Affairs. And he has worked on many campaigns all throughout the United States, mostly in Texas, but he has worked on them all. And he got a lot of people elected. Some of those people that he elected taught him some really good things about caring. He's always cared about the civic items, environmental items, and human rights items. Working for all of those people that he worked with on these campaigns, he finally decided at one point that he could make a bigger difference if he could run and hold an office, and that a local office is where it's at. National, state levels, all you have to do is just go and collect money and keep collecting money and keep collecting money. But on the local level, you can get, some things done. And he has made a lot of differences and has been true to his district. It was in this room. It was in this room when he was inaugurated that he said, I will be a public servant to District 1. And not just to District 1, but to all of San Antonio. And no truer words could he have said. He has stayed the course, and he remains faithful to his conscience. When you fight for what you truly believe in, you sometimes get emotional. We all have a bad day. You always do something, especially if somebody has done possibly something to you, or in this case, later to be found, who is actually attacking him. There will be a time when all the facts will come out, and we will know who all the true culprits are.
Thank you, Mr. Bravo. If there's
that was the first one. You said 2.
You have 3 minutes. You used 3 minutes. If you have a written statement, we can make sure it's distributed to council, though. If you'd like to give your comments over, we can make sure it's distributed to the rest of the council.
That'll be fine. There'll be other times.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bravo. Betty Eckert. Ms. Eckert, you'll be followed by Susan Ferris.
Good afternoon, Council. This is a very upsetting day for the representatives and people of District 1. We have a representative, and he has been barred from representing District 1. I think that it should be up to the people of District 1 to make decisions on something as important as this, Mayor. We know that remarks were made that shouldn't have been made. But I've been president in this city council when many remarks have been made by a lot of people. And I have not seen action such as this. We want to be represented. We want to meet with our councilman. We want to talk to him. We want him to know how we feel, not how the council feels. And we don't feel that it's being fair. Yes, there can be lawsuits. We've already talked to the Attorney General. It costs taxpayers money. Do we want to do that? No. But we need our representative. You have not told us what would happen when we don't have a representative. What happens when he's not provided information on these committees? What happens to our district? We're important too. District 1 is important just as District 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, and 10. We're important people too. So please afford us the opportunity to have our representative and let him represent. Maybe we don't all agree with everything that goes on. That's true too. But we're human beings. Mistakes are made. A mistake was made. An apology has been given. I think that the council now needs to do the same thing. And we need to be able to continue to have the person that represents us. I want to thank the council. I hope all of you have a great Thanksgiving Day.
Thank you, Ms. Beckert.
And I do want to just say one other thing. I know my time's up.
Thank you very much,
My
Ms.
time is always
Beckert.
up.
All right.
My
Susan,
time permanently is almost up. And yours will be too, doggone it. So there you go.
Thank you, Ms.
again.
Beckert.
Thank you, Councilman Bravo.
Andy.
Yes, Mayor, I just do want to remind our speakers that we are not questioning or considering Councilman Bravo's qualifications to be a council member or the hard work he has done in advocating for his district. That's not what we're talking about today. Again, the focus is the incident that happened on September 15th. So I do want to remind that we are not questioning Councilman Bravo's qualifications, and we stipulate that he does very hard work in terms of advocating positions on behalf of his district. Thank you, Mayor.
Susan Ferris. Susan Ferris. Okay, William Wendell Hall. Mr. Hall, you'll be followed by Erica Heisel.
Thank you. I'm here to speak against the motion for a vote of no confidence against my district councilman, Mario Bravo. As everyone is aware, since Mr. Bravo's unfortunate and emotional outburst on September 15th, the mayor has removed Mr. Bravo from his important committee assignments. In my view, the 2-month process is morphed from punishment that is relevant and proportionate to the short outburst on September 15th to an attempt to influence voters in District 1 and more. The drip, drip, drip of punishment is fundamentally unfair to Councilman Bravo, who has apologized, fully cooperated with the city's investigation, and done everything possible to right the wrong. Ultimately, it's up to the residents of District 1 to determine Mr. Bravo's future, not the City Council. Now the city is not only punishing Mr. Bravo, the city is punishing the residents of District 1 by taking away Mr. Bravo's responsibilities indefinitely. When will the punishment, almost 2 months later, be sufficient to address the conduct in question? Is the point to completely render Mr. Bravo, an extremely bright, talented, and hardworking council member, utterly useless? If that's the aim of this council, then punishment certainly is not of any use on the scale of rehabilitation or righting a wrong. In Crime and Punishment, Dostoevsky wrote, "The man who has a conscience suffers whilst acknowledging his sin. That is his punishment." I know Mr. Bravo. He is a man with a deep conscience, and he has punished himself every day since September 15th. Why? Because Mr. Bravo has a conscience, and he has great regret, contrition, and remorse for his words. If you believe that a vote of no confidence is necessary for the betterment of city government or will punish Mr. Bravo, it will do neither. An affirmative vote will not better our city unless endless punishment is a healthier message than reconciliation for our city. And you cannot punish Mr. Bravo more than he has punished himself. In my view, the vote would be raw revenge, which is ugly and cruel. After multiple punishments and a lengthy investigation by the city attorney's office, it's time to forgive and move on. When will the politics of ruin of a fellow human being, a public servant who erred, who has shown contrition and total cooperation, finally end? When will those in power finally begin the process of reconciliation and forgiveness? Sadly, in public life, forgiveness and reconciliation do not seem to be in the wheelhouse of solutions, only continued punishment. That's tragic. No wonder so many good people are discouraged from running for public office.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Erica Heisel. Erica Heisel. Okay, Yvette Jacobo. Ms. Jacobo, you'll be followed by Makia Holiday.
Hi there. Hi everyone, my name is Yvette. I've known Mario for 20 plus years. For as long as I've known Mario, he has fought for many causes and continues to remain passionate about making improvements. Mario's environmental passion woke me up to what is happening in our environment, from organic farming to energy. When my son was having so many upper respiratory problems, Mario made me aware that San Antonio did not meet air quality standards, making my son's asthma worse. Mario cares about San Antonio. He is passionate about our improvements, our climate, and stability of our grid. Passion. He's passionate. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jacobo. Makia Holiday. Ms. Holiday, you'll be followed by Kelly Walls.
Good morning. My name is Makia Holiday, and my family has owned property in the Delview neighborhood for decades now. And I'm here to express my support for Councilman Bravo and also my concern at the interference in having Delview community and District 1 represented over the past few months. And I appreciate Mario because of his concerns he takes the concerns of Delview seriously. He follows through with his commitments to the neighborhood, and he doesn't patronize his constituents like his predecessor. I'm also a member of the San Antonio Property Owners Alliance, and we're a nonpartisan group of taxpayers, housing providers, and small business owners. And our focus is on appraisal reform, managing housing affordability, and connecting small businesses in the industry. And Councilman Bravo has taken our concerns seriously. He recognizes our value in the community. He keeps his commitment to engage sincerely with people of San Antonio and business owners, whether he's on the same side of the aisle or not. And he listens genuinely and seeks feedback on ideas and solutions. Again, I want to express my support for Councilman Bravo, my appreciation for him and his work, and I believe his work needs to resume. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Holiday. Kelly Walls. Ms. Walls, you'll be followed by Walter Enderly.
Giving my time to Burgundy Hubbard, please.
All right. Walter Enderly. Mr. Enderle, you'll be followed by Aaron Zyko.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, City Council. I have known Mario for several years. We have worked closely together on different projects. During this time, we shared our goals, ideas, and thoughts about the future. Mario is a good man, hardworking, educated, and very knowledgeable in his area of expertise. He is a compassionate man whose main drive is to serve the public. All of us have made mistakes. In this case, the error in judgment does not define who the man is. He has suffered greatly from this incident and wants nothing more than to be forgiven. We are living in a politically hostile world. I have often asked myself, why can't we just do the right thing? I am asking each council member to please set the tone for our great city, show compassion, do the right thing, and allow him to continue serving District 1. In closing, I will read a quote from the Bible. Bear with each other and forgive one another. If any of you have a grievance against someone, forgive as the good Lord forgave you. I am respectfully asking the council to find it in your hearts to show leniency to Mario. If the tables were turned and it was your future in question, Mr. Bravo would forgive. That's just who he is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Enderle. Aaron Zyko. Aaron Zyko. Rick Trevino. Rick Trevino. Lucy Wilson. Ms. Wilson, you'll be followed by Karine Crowell.
Mayor Nirenberg and City Council members, my name is Lucy Wilson, and I live in the River Road neighborhood. But I'm here today as a resident of District 1. When Mario Bravo became our councilman in 2021, I was the chair of the Neighborhood Association. I am no longer in that position, and I'm not speaking from that. But I had frequent contact with Councilman Bravo on a variety of issues. Early on, I discovered his interest not only in representing issues important to his constituents, but also looking for policy solutions that would build a better future for this city. His willingness to engage with the community has been a great value. However, I was shocked and terribly disappointed by his behavior at the September council meeting, and I am not here condoning that at all. I do believe these weeks of his exclusion have certainly emphasized the gravity of that conduct. This election week, we have been reminded of our dependence on a representation form of government and our individual responsibilities in that. My greatest concern is the item on the agenda today. If it passes, it will deny residents of District 1 the voice of our elected official. I urge each of you to take that into consideration and to vote against this item and return him to his committee appointments in the interest of District 1 citizen representation. Thank you for your consideration and for your service to the city.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Karine Crowell. Ms. Crowell, you'll be followed by Burgundy Hubbard.
Mayor, if I may make one clarification, the action before the council is a resolution of censure and no confidence. It does not in any way, shape, or form prohibit Councilman Bravo from acting as District 1 councilman. I wanted to make that clear to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Ms. Crowell?
Hi, I'm a constituent of District 1. My office is about 2 blocks away. I don't know the councilman personally, but he is the only one who has taken my phone call for business purposes since I've been here for over 20 years. I'm a military mom with 2 sons serving Navy and Army, the owner of the only Black woman-owned solar startup business in San Antonio. I have been in the industry since 2001. We were focusing on training veterans for above average wages in the solar industry. We're building and we'll be deploying our own well-paid army to combat climate change. Our Councilman Bravo has been in history a champion for the solar industry here in our city, and his leadership on the council is essential to help us with our projects and for us as a city to stay competitive and moving forward as a sustainable city. Today's spectacle is a distraction, in my opinion, from the important work of council and the disaster that we are right now with climate. And his qualifications are quite important, and his dedication, despite what we have heard, is actually essential in helping us move forward as a city in the sustainable realm. So I support keeping him as council in the full capacity possible.
Thank you, Ms. Crowell. Burgundy Hubbard. Ms. Hubbard, you'll be followed by Marcel Stephen.
Hello, Mayor and honorable members of the council. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. This is awkward, I mean, quite honestly. And I'm happy to look at the resolution and go down it line by line, since that's what we are supposed to talk about today, but there are things in there that are factually wrong. And so I have a problem with that. We met with our spiritual mentor yesterday, and something that he shared with me is something I would like to share with all of you, and that I think it is lacking in this situation. He said, act with a depth of commitment to create clarity. Act with a depth of commitment to create clarity. If you did not witness the conduct that took place, you do not have clarity on what took place. If you witnessed the aftermath of what took place, you still do not have clarity on what took place. In no way would I condone anyone speaking aggressively or in any ugly manner. And I was very disappointed with what has come about from this situation. I do know that I am most disturbed by the process, and I really hope that all of you, if you are slightly disturbed with the process, I hope that you will take the time to really look and see and gain clarity, because without that, we cannot make solid decisions. What's happened here since September 15th has, I felt like, I told Mario, I felt like I've been on every ride at Fiesta, Texas over and over, and I want to get off. Like I'm crying and hurting, and then I am so disappointed, and I'm hurt for whomever is hurt involved in this. And you will not see me bawling crying today, but that does not mean that there aren't tears coming from others in San Antonio and other people who truly want to believe that those that we look up to in leadership positions, that you do your due diligence. I know that Mario is not allowed to see the report, and for whatever reason, however you conduct business, I don't get to have a say in. I know he has not seen the video. I know that when he was brought in, he was told he was going to be treated as a department director. And as a department director, they are given the chance to speak for themselves in private. Because Mario is such a gentleman, while what was said that day and what went on may not reflect that, he refuses to make disparaging remarks publicly. He refuses to share private information that I assure you would bring clarity. I reached out to the city in February of 2022 with great concerns on how Mario was being retaliated against. I do believe—
Mayor, I do want to remind the speaker that what occurred before September 15th is not pertinent to what we're talking about here.
Well, I believe the retaliation led to us and where we are today. That is how I believe it is pertinent, but I do respect your opinion. Mario is so used to being over accountable, I will say, and apologizing without the facts even being there because he doesn't want to distract from the work. He is devastated that this has been a distraction for you all and our community. And I am devastated that you are not extremely disturbed that this investigation was concluded without the clarity needed. And I was with Mario on his first day being sworn in. We sat right over there, and it was such a special and memorable day. But one of the most memorable moments for me was after hearing all of you welcomed by your, the new members, welcomed by your predecessors and praised. There was an empty seat next to you, Mayor, and Mario was never greeted warmly by anyone that day. And I don't fault anyone. We are all focused on what we have before us. But is that 6 minutes?
Thank you, Ms. Hubbard.
I urge you, if you do not have clarity today, please do not vote on this.
Thank you, Ms. Hubbard. Maricel Stephen. Maricel Stephen. All right, Barbara Wood Howell. Ms. Howell, you'll be followed by Mary Netherly.
Good morning. Good morning. Let me see, I've got to get the right page here. Councilman Bravo lost no time in identifying the needs of the residents of his D1 constituents during his first term in office. Balancing the developer influence and power with neighborhood protection needs for residents to maintain a safe and healthy quality of life in D1 are a heady issue. He has proven that he can make quick and influential changes for neighborhood inclusion that have had effective, positive results. As the D1 appointee to the Joint City-County Commission on Elderly Affairs, his laser focus on the needs of our older population has been innovative and on point. He has put in motion an innovative agenda to ensure that property taxes do not drive seniors out of their homes, a major issue to many seniors, gente de la tercera edad, older adults, ancianos, elders. Pick the term you want this week. This will not only have an impact on those D1 seniors, but a model for all of our 65-year-plus San Antonians. He's also engaged my efforts as commissioner in supporting those D1 constituents who rent and have enormous fear of being evicted by property management should they complain about their lack of major repairs and maintenance in their homes. The displacement of these older adults is a major cause of homelessness. 1 of 5 San Antonians is 60 years plus.
Ms. Howell, let's remind you to stay on the item number 3, please.
Okay, I am. And the largest increase in homelessness is 80 years plus. Because under the current organizational model of the City of San Antonio, council committees are the most important element of public participation and transparency. Incredibly great. Censuring Councilman Bravo will damage that incredible, powerful platform as it currently exists for all San Antonians, partnering with you for San Antonio's present and future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Howell. Mary Netherly. Ms. Netherly, you'll be followed by Gina Meyer.
Good morning. I'm Mary Netherly. I live in King William. I have for 42 years. MAD, mutually assured destruction. I think we're all familiar with that term from the Cold War. We all have exes, ex-husbands, ex-wives, ex-girlfriends, ex-boyfriends. What we're doing here is an embarrassment to the council. This has not been good for Councilman Bravo, for Councilman Sandoval. It's not been good for the mayor. It's certainly not been good for the city of San Antonio or for the D1 voters who put Bravo in office in a substantial runoff upset. It's gone on long enough. It's cost enough dollars in legal fees. This process is setting the city up for future challenges and future legal fees that we can ill afford. We ought to be spending money on tree mitigation plans and otherwise moves to protect us against weather events that we know are in our future. Our councilman has learned his lesson. I hope that we can move beyond this gracefully without further expense to the city. D1 needs Mario's voice on the council and on his committees. I want both Bravo and Sandoval on the council. They both have incredible intellects and put forth pretty great policy ideas. We've spent 2 months on this. My councilman, who is a very good person, has been slandered and libeled without due process, without being given due process. Let's take a minute to reflect on whether 2 months is enough punishment. I think we are an intelligent enough city to make the wise choice here. I know that's what District 1 supporters want for for the council to do. I'm going to read a quick email from Lionel Sosa and Kathy Sosa. They sent it to me from Mexico this morning. Kathy and I want to let the mayor and city council know that we continue to support our councilman Mario Bravo. While his actions as reported sound immature and inappropriate, we feel his commitment to serving the residents of D1 and the citizens of San Antonio remains steadfast. Before any formal sanction is made of Councilman Bravo, he deserves the opportunity to present his case and make apologies formally rather than be convicted in the court of public opinion. We believe Mario is contrite, has learned an important lesson about not mixing personal and professional roles, and is fully capable of representing his district in a stellar manner going forward. Lionel and Kathy Sosa.
Thank you, Ms. Leather.
Thank you for your time.
Gina Meyer. Ms. Meyer, you'll be followed by Nick Pena.
Oops. Can everybody hear me okay? My name is Gina Meyer. I've known Mario Bravo for over 20 years. He is not only my neighbor, he is my friend, my councilman. Mario is a genuine, kind, loving, and compassionate individual, just like the rest of his family. He is passionate about being District 1 councilman, and in my opinion, he has done a magnificent job. I knew Mario and Ana as a couple and thought they were fabulous and they treated each other with respect. I'm here today to tell you I know Mario as a genuine, loving, and kind person, passionate about environmental change. Mario has my full support. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Meyer. 1 second, Nick. I failed to call Blanquita Sullivan, and then you're up. You'll be next, Nick.
Hi. Hi, everyone. Good morning. My name is Blanquita Sullivan, and I'm the chair of the River Road Neighborhood Association. I'm speaking to you today as an individual and as a resident of District 1. It is my sincere hope that today you will remember the residents of District 1. Our voices are deserving of full representation on this council and should not be silenced in any way. I do agree the actions of the councilman were unacceptable, but this important decision should be entrusted to his constituents in just a few months. Removing Councilman Bravo from committees and censuring him reduces and minimizes our representation and sets a dangerous precedent. The success of District 1, home to much of our city's industry and home to much of our city's cultural corridor, is important to the overall success of San Antonio. Please help our neighborhoods and businesses and residents by giving us a full voice. Te pido que hoy no nos olvides o la gente o los vecinos o los negocios de Distrito 1, por favor. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. Nick Peña.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Nick Peña, and I'm here representing two organizations, Mr. Mayor. Will I have 3 minutes or 5 minutes?
You have 3 minutes, Mr.
3 minutes. Okay, I'm going to read this on behalf of the Monte Vista Historical Association. Last night, the Monte Vista Historical Association Board of Directors voted unanimously to oppose City Council item number 3 at this City Council meeting. The resolution of the City Council of the City of San Antonio censoring City Councilman Mario Bravo and recent actions issuing a vote of no confidence. We are concerned that the residents of City Council District 1 have lost the voice of our elected official by the current and proposed censure actions of the mayor and City Council. We request the council to vote against this item, that District 1 CP Mario Bravo be fully reinstated immediately to all committee appointments. Signed, Tony Van Bruin. Now, on myself, I represent the American GF Forum, LULAC, Tejano Democrats, and I'm a civil rights activist. That has been my job for the last 50 years. I see that the discussion concerning Mr. Bravo is supported by a wide variety of people, different types of people. Our work has been, Mr. Mayor and City Council, has been, one, to bring Hispanic representation to all the city of San Antonio. And you can see today that our work has worked. And John, you know our work from way back, the fight that we had to get here. So I think that today, between two minority city councilmen, that you're going to take action is totally against what we fought for. And you know, Jalen, what it takes to be here. And I asked my councilwoman, which is Phyllis Villagran, to please vote against it, because this will set a bad precedent, Mr. Mayor, where you will then later have to deal with the matter of Mr. Perry. So, and then you will have to decide whether it's discriminatory or is it fair. And and the other day, Melissa, the reason I call you Melissa is because I have a hard time saying your last name. I saw that she had a big event, and I saw the host committee. And the host committee was made out of so many great people.
Thank you, Mr. Pena.
No, but just let me finish very briefly.
You used your 3 minutes.
And
Mr.
I
Pena.
asked, why is she having such a great host committee?
Thank you very much, Mr. Pena.
And they said, because she delivers. Thank you very
Mr.
much.
Pena.
I ask you to vote against it.
Andy. All right.
Yes, Mayor. We had a question just to clarify what the vote of censure is. And I'll start by first saying what it isn't. Again, as I said before, it is not in any way, shape, or form a resolution that deprives Councilman Bravo of his seat on the city council. It does not talk about permanent removal from subcommittees. What it is a public statement by this council that says that his actions on September 15th were not acceptable and that we do not expect that sort of behavior from a council member, really anyone, again, working in this assembly or anywhere in City Hall. And so that's what it is. I just wanted to clarify, it's not a removal from office. It's not a permanent bar from serving on subcommittees. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Thank you, Andy. I'll entertain a motion on item number 3.
So moved.
All right, there's a motion and a second on item number 3. Any discussion? Councilmember Villagran.
Thank you. Today's vote is about September 15th. Decorum, dignity, respecting each other, and the office we hold is about moving forward. The city's council focus is representing our constituents and city. We as city officials are held to a higher standard. These standards have rules and directives that we should follow and uphold. This is part of our responsibility and commitment to our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Villagran. Any further discussion? Hearing none, there is a motion and a second on item number 3. Please vote. Motion carries. We'll move now to item number 4. 4, 5, and 6 will be taken together.
Item number 4 is an ordinance approving modifications based on the recommendations of the SAWS 2022 Rate Advisory Committee to all water delivery, water supply, and wastewater rate structures for the San Antonio Water System's residential, general irrigation, and wholesale class customers on or about January 1st, 2023, and approving modifications to various SAWS special services fees effective as of January 1st, 2023, to include an automatic annual increase at the annual rate of inflation for special services fees subject to a cost of service study with any future general rate increase and amending the city code consistent with changes. Item number 5 is an ordinance increasing consistent with the recommendations of the SAWS Rate Advisory Committee, the recycled water rates by 15% for calendar year 2023 and adopting maximum annual up to percentages adjustments for 2024, 10%, 2025, 10%, 2026, 10%, and 2027, 10% respectively, and amending the city code to be consistent with the changes. Item number 6 is an ordinance approving an increase to the chilled water demand charge rates for the San Antonio water system for the downtown and Port San Antonio to improve the financial condition of the chilled water system effective on or about January 1st, 2023, including the adoption of maximum up to annual percentage adjustments to the chilled water demand charge rates for 2024, 2025, 2026, and 2027 respectively, authorizing 2 new chilled water rate components a Delta T adjustment charge, and a capacity charge ramp-up schedule effective on or about January 1st, 2023, and amending the city code and prior ordinances to be consistent with the changes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Ben, you have a presentation for us.
Good morning, Mayor and council members. I don't have a presentation. Saul will go through that in more detail, but I'm going to make staff's recommendation and just a few comments on the item very briefly. So for briefing purposes, we will be covering items 4 through 6 collectively. So when Saul makes that presentation, they will cover all 3 of the items. Item 4, just in summary, requests your approval and modification to all water delivery, water supply, and wastewater structures as recommended by the SAWS Rates Advisory Committee and the SAWS Board of Trustees, along with adjustments to various special service fees with automatic annual increases to those fees based on the annual rate of inflation. Item 5 is going to request your approval of an increase in recycled water rates for 2023 and the adoption of a rate plan with maximum percentage increases for 2024 through 2027. Item 6 will request your approval of an increase in chill water demand charges in 2023 and also with a rate plan with maximum percentage increases for 2024 to 2027. City staff does recommend approval of each of these items. Staff of the city's Public Utilities Office reviewed each of these items as well as monitored the progress of the SAWS Rates Advisory Committee as they studied rate design. For item 4, our review is a little bit different than what we typically perform in a rate case. For this item, it's primarily related to how SAWS revenue is recovered from different rate classes. And while there are many different options and alternatives on how this can be done, the appointed Rates Advisory Committee, along with the SAWS Boards of Trustees, set some objectives in terms of what they were trying to achieve with this rate redesign and rate restructuring. Therefore, we reviewed the recommended changes to the rate design from the perspective of whether the recommendations were reasonable. We believe the changes included in item 4 are reasonable, and we support those recommendations. Excuse me. Items 5 and 6 establish rate plans with up to maximum rates for years 2024 to 2027. SAWS can implement increases in these rates up to the maximum amounts listed in the ordinance without further city council action. However, those adjustments and rates in those future years can only occur after SAWS has complied with several accountability procedures that are included within the ordinance. I'll highlight just a couple of those. At least 60 days prior to the implementation of any rate increase within that rate plan, SAWS is going to provide us, the Public Utilities Office, the proposed increase, the calculation method, and any information to support that increase. Now, that's in the ordinance. It says within 60 days. I mean, in practice, our staff and the Public Utilities Office is working very closely with staff with SAWS throughout the year. So by the time we get to the end of the calendar year, we will be and have a good sense of where that is at, but we will be doing a review on that formal submission to us. We'll review that information, provide our recommendation. If we concur with the request coming from SAWS, no further council action is required, and then we'll submit information to you all to make you aware of that change. Specifically, this is related to items 4 and 5, which deal with the recycled water system and the chill water system. So it only affects those customers that are customers of those 2 specific systems. It does not affect other customers within the SAWS system. The only other recommendation that I'll highlight for you is related to the recycled water plan. While we fully support a plan to increase those recycled water rates, the differential between them today and where potable water rates is pretty significant in terms of their cost of service. So we certainly support increasing those rates over time. What we would ask is that the SAWS staff work with the SAWS Board of Trustees and that they develop a more formal threshold target for where we need to end at the end of the day that considers the positive benefits of the system as an alternative use to potable water, the benefits to conservation, and continuing to encourage the use of that recycled water system where applicable. So in closing, on my remarks, just last Friday, we did submit to you a report from the Public Utilities Office for the record. We're required under the charter to submit a recommendation, so we gave you a fairly lengthy report on Friday. The SAWS presentation will highlight a lot of that information, but we did submit that to you all on Friday. That includes our recommendation. So with that, Mayor, that concludes my comments. I'm going to introduce Robert Puente, President and CEO of SAWS, who will be making the presentation this morning. Robert?
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, council members, City Manager Walsh. It's a pleasure to be here again this morning. It gives SAWS an opportunity to just be transparent, be open with what we're doing, and have the community see how we are able to affect them and their rates. What I would like to talk to you about is essentially what we're asking of this council. SAWS Board is recommending council approval of recommendations for water delivery, water supply, and wastewater rates, certain special service fee adjustments, and a new pass-through fee to support a brand-new uplift assistance program. We're also seeking a 5-year plan for recycled water and a 5-year rate plan for chilled water. The RAC recommendation for residential customers primarily focused on affordability, in particular affordability for essential water use. The group as a whole could have and was given the option to say conservation was the most important thing or simplicity of the bill was the most important thing, but collectively they decided that affordability for essential use was the most important thing, and that is water that is used inside the home, essentially for the basic services that we have that we need water for inside our home. As a result of these recommendations, customers will see a nearly 9% reduction in their bill. It also supports our community focus on water conservation, sending stronger price signals for usage at 9,000 gallons. Our prior plan, our prior rate structure has those signals going out at 12,000 gallons. This brings it in a little sooner so that people can understand when they start using that amount of water. The RAC was also focused on ensuring that water and sewer service was affordable for those most economically challenged in our community. The recommendation is to replace the current discount program with a separate discounted rate structure that will result in lower bills for the vast majority of the customers enrolled in that program. Due to the cost of service study that found that we were over-recovering from residential customers and for wastewater service, 100% of our residential customers will see a reduction in their sewer bills. 100% of our affordability customers will pay less or at least stay the same because they're already paying nothing or paying zero, with the average customer seeing a reduction of 33 to 57% in those bills. So the average affordability customer will see a reduction of 33 to 57%. 83% of our residential bills will go down, and those are for those that are using less than 9,000 gallons. A 20% reduction in the fixed charges ensures even greater affordability for customers using a modest amount of water. Affordability customers will not have a charge for the first 2,000 gallons of usage. So the first 2,000 gallons that are affordability customers, they will not have to pay a fee on, whether it's for usage or for fixed charges. The fixed charge will only be $3 when they go above $2,000, and that's compared to either the 9 or 11 paid by those individuals not in the program. There will still be a tiered rate structure for the affordability customers, but those rates for water usage above 2,000 gallons are still 40 to 50% below the rates paid by customers not in the program. The cost of this program will be paid through a pass-through fee of 32 cents per 1,000 gallons that will be in the bill. Our average bill, if you can see this slide, currently for a usage of about 6,275 gallons is $66.68. If you are in our affordability program, your bill is $38.33. If this council approves this rate structure, that average bill will now go down to $60.88, and our affordability customers will see a reduction all the way down to $25.32. Moving to the general class rates, and general class is commercial, industrial, and multifamily customers. SAW's current rate structure is an inclining block rate structure where the amount of water provided in each block is dependent on the customer's average monthly use for the prior year. As long as the customer's usage is at or below this base usage, the lowest rate applies for the water used. Under this structure, very consistent customers pay the lowest rate for their usage, for their business usage. If they go up, if they peak, that's more expensive for the utility, and so their bills go up accordingly. Adjustments to meet the cost of service will result in a bill increase of 7% for most customers in this general class. We also have another class of customers called irrigation customers, and the rates applied for all outdoor usage. And so some businesses have a meter for inside usage, but they also have a separate meter for irrigation of their grounds. And so these inclining rate blocks continue to send price signals for that discretionary outdoor use. Most customers will see a 2% increase in these bills to help out with that uplift assistance program. Of course, when we do something different like this, we need to reach out to the community. We need to let them know what we're doing. When the RAC completed the work at the end of June, our staff provided briefings to neighborhood groups, neighborhood associations, chambers of commerce. We individually went to your offices to explain these changes to you, and hopefully y'all gave us information about what was your concerns, what we needed to address. The feedback was overwhelmingly positive. Neighborhood associations welcomed the news of, obviously, of a reduction of their bill. Even the individual or the businesses that bills will be raised, we received letters of support from the San Antonio Chamber, the North Chamber, and the San Antonio Manufacturers Association. As we typically do when we do a rate structure change, we look at the fees that we charge for special services. And some of these special services, for example, are industrial waste permits, liquid waste disposal permits, lab testing fees, in keeping with the RAC recommendation. And so these fees are being adjusted to the raised revenue of around $5.9 million for this coming year. But this RAC also recommended to provide more affordability to the customers, to the low-income customers, that the deposits and the trip fees to turn on the water be waived for affordability customers. And we're also waiving the late payments that these customers may have to pay to again, try to drive that bill as low as possible. We are proposing to add a fee for customers that are non-compliant for their backflow inspections. Backflow device is a device that a lot of businesses have to use to make sure that the public water system does not go into their system or their particular usage does not come into our system. And that is health and safety circumstances. That is a city code, and that's a state code also that we have to comply with. However, unfortunately, a lot of businesses do not annually inspect like they're supposed to. And so for those that do not comply, we're asking for a non-compliance fee, depending on how big this device is, from $79.50 all the way to $168. We are currently undergoing a Connect H2O meter program. We're asking this council to amend Chapter 34, a specific city ordinance that recognizes that all of these public meters are to be owned, operated, and maintained by the San Antonio Water System, that SAWS may install these advanced electronic meters with a communication endpoint right there at where our infrastructure meets their particular lateral coming or service line coming out from our main into their home, and that there not be allowed an opt-out provision. This was something that we talked to this council about and our own board, and we decided to not allow for an opt-out. Recycled water. The American Waterworks Association has some guiding principles regarding recycled water. There's an understanding that recycled water cannot be priced at its true cost because of the other soft kind of benefits that it provides. For example, any recycled water customer that needs that water, if it didn't have it, it would be using potable water. So SAWS or the public utility would have to supply that, would have to have some type of water project to take care of the needs of that particular customer. And so the best thing to do, I think, is what we've done at SAWS, and that's create a recycled water system program that is the nation's largest, that supplies recycled water to a lot of our different industries. And we have to price that water less than potable water, otherwise there's not an incentive to get on that program. We recognize, for example, Toyota that uses a lot of recycled water. They have to still treat that water, that recycled water, to make sure it meets their particular needs, so there's an added cost. And so what we've done is recognize that, but we are still asking, however, for a recommendation for a rate increase on that recycled water. Year one will be 15% to start, including what was previously the past year of 10%, but this 15% in year one and 10% increases in the next few years. What this will do will get the system up to about 48% by the first year of the 10% increase, a 48% where it meets that cost of service, and up to 71% by the end of the 5 years. Well, it will be within 71% of what the potable cost is for that service. We also have a chilled water system. SAW still is in this business, and we have been in there since it was created in 1968 for Hemisphere. The downtown system is a majority of San Antonio. The city of San Antonio is our customer, but a lot of the other hotels are our customers. The federal building are our customers. So we can see that we've been a part of a lot of the economic growth that downtown has provided for our community, the tourism and the financial sector that's still located down here. Our other part of the system is the Port Authority, the Lackland Air Force Base, formerly Lackland Air Force Base, where some national firms are there that we provide a chilled water system for them. This business has not received rate increases, has not had the necessary revenue to meet some of its needs, so we are asking for a 5-year rate increase. What we are doing in this particular business is, as you can see from this pie, is adding different upgrades, chillers, electrical upgrades, SCADA control and metering, piping, pumps, motors. These are all things needed to make sure that this part of our business is sustainable, and we do what we need to do to make sure that we can provide this service to our customers. On this slide, you will see the 5-year rate plan. Specifically, it's 12% the first year, 12% the second year, and then 10, 8, and 8. Traditionally, when SAWS has been before you asking for a multiple year rate increase, it's always an up to amount. And as Ben Gorzel mentioned to you, each year we come to City Utilities Office and show them and tell them why we need a particular rate increase that may in fact be the number that you approve, but oftentimes, most of the time, it's right under that or some amount under that because of some efficiencies we found. In this particular case, if we add more customers, if we're able to grow the system, we will be able to hopefully have these rate increases come in less than normal, than what you see. Of course, these rate increases seem to be rather large, seem to be for all of 5 years. We have talked, obviously, to our biggest customer, the City of San Antonio, and to the other private customers. They all recognize it, and this particular slide is what convinces them that this is the way to go. The top line is what it costs a private sector to provide this service. The bottom line is what SAWS can do it for. And if those lines ever meet, then essentially it would be not cost effective for us to do it. But as you can see, there's a healthy space between them, and we're confident that the private customers see this and will want to come on our system. Mr. Mayor, council members, thank you for the opportunity. I and my staff are here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Puente. I also want to acknowledge the president of our SAWS chair, who is here as well, Jalen LeBlanc. Thank you very much for being here and your partnership with the city. We do have folks signed up to speak on item 4. I'll call them now, and then we'll get into our council discussion. Casey Madrid. And Ms. Madrid, you'll be followed by Jeanette Ahmad.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on this agenda item this morning. My name is Casey Madrid, and I'm here on behalf of the San Antonio Chamber of Commerce to express our support for the 2023 San Antonio Water System Rate Advisory recommendations. The Rate Advisory Committee was composed of various communities that represent different service areas and customers, to include major manufacturers, the Hotel and Lodging Association, large and small businesses, multifamily customers, neighborhood associations, representatives of the San Antonio City Council districts within the SAWS service area, as well as those within the SAWS service area outside of city limits, recycled water customers, and environmental and community advocacy groups. Throughout the rate study process, the Rate Advisory Committee committed to upholding 4 priorities, which focused on affordability, minimized customer impacts, conservation, and revenue stability. The SAWS Rate Advisory Committee recommendations honor these commitments in that they meet the cost of service determined by customer class. They encourage continued conservation for discretionary use. They ensure affordability of essential water use for all residential customers, and they are revenue neutral, and that the restructured rates will not provide SAWS with additional revenue. We understand that the recommended rate structure includes commercial rate increases due to the cost of service, and we will diligently monitor the impact of the commercial rate increases on businesses. San Antonio has some of the nation's best water conservation programs, and the Chamber supports programs that will safeguard the city's water infrastructure and policies to improve the region's water resiliency and economic growth. And so we recommend the approval of the SAWS rate recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Madrid. Jeanette Ahmad. Ms. Ahmad. Jack Finger. Mr. Finger, you'll be followed by Marina Gonzalez.
Somebody has started the clock here. Yeah. Please return to 3 minutes.
Go ahead, Jack. I'll watch the time.
Mayor Nirenberg, other members of our illustrious San Antonio City Council, for the record, my name is Jack M. Finger. Yes, you are about to raise some utility rates here. And you're going to ask persons like myself the question, well, Jack, you're just a resident. You're not going to be affected by this. In fact, Jack, you're going to get actually a reduction in your water bill rates. And I say, well, yeah, a whopping $5 or $6 a month there, yeah. Well, but even more than that, I say, what is going on here? And I look at the documents and what is it exactly are you raising here? What does it say there? Okay, yes, it says ordinance increasing the recycled water rates by, a little bleached out there, 15% for 2023. For 2024, it's about 10%. 2025, 10% extra. 2026, another 10%. And 2027, another 10%. Huh? Return the camera if you would there. And that's for the recycle rates. What's this for the chilled water for those who have heat exchangers at their companies? What does it say? Another 12% for 2023, not 2024, 12%, 2025, 10%, 12%, another 8% for the following year, and another 8% for 2027. That's about 50% right there. Thank you. Return the camera if you would. And 55% for the recycled water. 50% for over 5 years for one class and another 55% for another? What the heck is going on here? Now, I mean, it was laudable that we tried to save water by using non-potable water for those who can use it. And it's my understanding that you weren't getting enough business on that, and maybe that's why you kept the rates low, but that was 20 years ago. You've had a number of customers come forward, and you have, and only now are you starting to raise rates after all these years? Excuse me. I don't care who, I don't care if it's some big bad business that is finally getting in its comeuppance here, no. I'm sorry, this doesn't work. This is an obviously mismanagement over at San Antonio Water System. And Mr. Mayor, you've been with our representative over there for years now. What's going on here, sir? Why is it being allowed to do this all this time?
Thank you, Mr. Finger. Marina Gonzalez. Ms. Gonzalez, you'll be followed by Aaron Zyko.
Good morning, Mayor, Council, Manager Walsh, Mr. Puente, and Madam Chair. I just didn't think you guys had enough people signed up to speak, so here I am. My name is Marina Gonzalez. I'm the president and CEO of the San Antonio Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, and I am here today on behalf of more than 900 members of our business community to express our support for the SAWS Rate Advisory Committee recommendations. These recommendations will allow SAWS to maintain infrastructure and fund capital improvements while also providing affordable water services to San Antonio residents. We know that secure and affordable water access is a vital component of economic development, and SAWS has consistently provided effective water management to serve our city. SAWS' commitment to future preparation contributes to an environment that supports business development and expansion. As a result of these careful infrastructure investments, SAWS is prepared to meet the needs of San Antonio's vastly growing population and expanding economy. We acknowledge that this recommendation could include commercial rate increases, so we will carefully monitor the impact and potential impact on our business community and their employees. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak in the recommendation on behalf of the Hispanic Chamber, and thank you for your service to our city.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. Aaron Zyko. Ms. Zyko? Okay, we're going to move now into our council discussion on items 4, 5, and 6. I'll entertain a motion for those items.
I make a motion to approve items 4, 5, and 6.
Okay, there's a motion and a second for approval of items 4, 5, and 6. We'll start discussion now with Councilmember Bravo.
Mr. Puente, I don't think you bragged enough on your chilled water loop, and so I'm going to try and help you a little bit. And for people who aren't familiar with it, SAWS does have this a water loop underground that can tie into large buildings to be used in place of a standard HVAC system or cooling system, and they can use that chilled water to actually cool their building. And what's great about this is that it allows the business owner to save money, and it also reduces our energy consumption. And because it uses less energy for that building, it's less of an energy strain on CPS Energy and our community. And so I'm really excited about that. I'm excited that you're making these investments into that chilled water loop system. I look forward to any future expansions of it, and I want to make sure that all of my council colleagues join me in letting other people know that there's opportunities, not just doing this downtown, there's opportunities to build this in other areas where we have development. And I think you may have one. Do you have another one at Brooks or at the port? At the port. Yeah, so I'm excited to support this, and if you want to say anything more about it, go ahead.
You're absolutely right, and I appreciate those comments. The key to this, I think, is growth. And the city council obviously has a lot of opportunity, a lot of say-so in how downtown grows. So the more growth that is downtown, hopefully there's some either incentives or even ordinance that they communicate with us and they talk to us, and we can see and show them that it's more cost-effective to get on our system than to try to do it on their own. You mentioned the environmental benefits and the financial benefits, but also there's a space benefit, a square footage benefit. If they don't have to have that infrastructure in their building, they have more of an area for either hotel rooms or whatever they want to do, roof space, whatever they may want to do. So yes, this is a great opportunity. We need to create partnerships. There are some new customers that are online, some existing customers like the mall. They're aging, their infrastructure is aging, so we're talking to them about potentially coming over and tying into our system.
Thank you. Yeah, so it's a win-win-win. You know, it's a win on energy use, it's a win on cost savings, it's a win on using less of your building space, freeing up building space. And so if anybody has a concentration of growth in their area and some developers are talking to you, please talk to SAWS about seeing if you can incorporate a chilled water loop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Bravo. Councilmember Courage.
Thank you, Mayor. Welcome, Robert.
Thank you.
Welcome, Chair. There were a couple of things I wanted to kind of touch on. We just had some interesting questions proposed, why questions, and I think they're worth answering to the public. For example, Why were we raising rates on on recycled water? Could you tell me what the current rate is today on recycled water?
Mary Bailey can.
Yeah, Mary knows.
So the rates vary a bit depending on what kind of recycled water your customer, but on average, they're paying about, I think it's $1.60 a 1,000 gallons. They're paying about 20% of what potable water pays.
Okay, so that recycled water is paying 20% of the cost for providing it, or compared to the cost of potable water?
Compared to the cost of potable water, but they're paying about a third of the cost of the system for the recycled.
And aren't all of these adjustments we're talking in rates based on the cost of the water and delivering the service?
Yes, that was what the rate study did, and with this particular rate increase, we'll go from the 33% she said to 48%.
Right, so who's been paying the difference between the cost for potable water and the delivery of it compared to the recycled water?
The rest of our customers.
Okay, so all the rest of us have been pretty much subsidizing those using recycled water.
Correct.
And the proposal is to increase the cost up to about 71% of that cost over the next 5 years?
Correct, 71%.
So people getting recycled water, even with these projected costs, would still be paying less than what the cost was or would be for delivering potable water.
Correct.
And we don't want them pouring potable water on a golf course, do we?
No, and that's one of the keys is encouraging irrigation, for example, to use recycled water. It's not just a dollar amount, it's not just monetary issues. There are environmental issues, and there's overall supply issues. For example, 25,000 acre feet that goes to private customers. If they didn't have recycled water, we would have to have a 25,000 acre private, a 25,000 acre foot project online right now to provide that water.
So we'd probably have to buy more water in
Correct.
order to do that at a higher price than what we can
Exactly.
deliver today.
Exactly.
Okay. Well, that sounds smart. The other discussion was about chilled water. Now, can you tell me, are those businesses using the chilled water downtown or out at Brooks today, are they paying what's comparable or less than what they'd be paying if they had direct power from CPS to provide
Very
this?
much less.
Okay, so they're paying less right now.
Correct.
Why are we increasing the cost for that?
To get the system up to where it should be. In other words, right now, that system does not generate enough revenue for us to buy the proper chillers, the energy-efficient chillers to keep the maintenance up. And this business also is being subsidized by our other businesses, our other customers. So they need to get to the point where they're paying their own.
Okay, so this chilled water project is going to increase the amount of energy it can provide, the quality of the machinery that's delivering it, and so that's why we need to increase the rates to be able to pay for that, and those rates are going to be paid for by the users.
Correct.
And not everybody else in the city.
Correct.
And even when that's all said and done, do you think it'll still be supplying cheaper energy than if they were buying from CPS?
Yes, the graph that the slide that I showed that even after 5 years, the 12, 12, 10, 8, 8 rate increase, we can still provide it a lot cheaper than a private sector could.
Well, that sounds like those are good answers to some interesting questions that were asked. I've been watching the work that SAWS has been doing on this, watching the Rate Advisory Committee. You know I serve in the Municipal Utilities Committee, and we've asked you to come and make these presentations. And I would just recommend to all of our council members who have not been able to follow this as closely as you might like, that this is a reasonable recommendation to the City Council. What we're doing now is we're, if I'm not mistaken, transferring the cost of service to appropriately represent those that are receiving that service. In other words, most of the commercial and utility users have not quite paid for the cost of service, but residents have probably paid a little bit more than their cost of service. And so we're just balancing this out.
You're correct, Councilman Courage.
Okay. Well, I certainly endorse this and have no other questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Courage. Councilmember McKee Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor. I think over the past year and a half and some change now, we've been talking about our goals relating to the utility rates being much more equity, favorable to our residential customers. And I think the opportunities have existed for many of us much more with CPS than SAWS, and so I appreciate this opportunity today. And when our office met with SAWS earlier this year, it was an opportunity to follow up and get a response to a CCR that I proposed earlier this year requesting consideration of a SAWS and CPS rate freeze for seniors and persons with disabilities. And originally I proposed this rate freeze because our community members are living precariously month to month on a fixed income while costs are rising on everything from rent, food, and basic living expenses. And my goal was to make a change, whether it was the freeze or restructuring the rates with that intention in mind. And I wanted to understand which structure would get better results for families and be more equitable overall. And it turns out that in the analysis of the policies, the work of the SAWS Rate Advisory Committee to adjust the cost structures provided deeper cost savings for all of our customers. And for this, I could not be happier. What we're doing today is long overdue and exactly what's needed to ensure that our working class families are paying for the water they use and are not carrying the burden for the entire city, which, let's be clear, has been happening for decades. To the rate committee, including my appointee, Anaqua Garcia, who boldly took on this charge, to the SAWS staff and city finance staff who were doing the number crunching and cost scenarios, and to the SAWS board who had the political will to see this policy through to today, I want to say thank you, and I do hope we can see similar action in CPS.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McKee Rodriguez. Councilmember Castillo.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Puente. And I also want to express thanks to our SAWS appointee to the Rate Advisory Committee, Dr. Montoya. My council colleague, Councilman Courage, articulated the points succinctly on why I intend to support this item. And to keep my comments brief, right, residents who use more will pay more. And customers enrolled in a discount program will also see those much-needed savings. This is something that I hope that we could continue to apply to different utilities to ensure that we're equitably distributing the usage and the rate, right? You use, for how much you use, you're going to pay for that usage. I think it's also important to highlight that there's also going to be strong pricing signals that will be sent to water users who exceed 9,000 gallons. And I think that's important for a number of reasons, but just letting folks know, like, hey, we should be reducing our usage of water, and I think that's key. The average residential customer will pay $60.88 per month, which is a reduction of 8.7% from current charges. I could go on and on about the things that I was pleased to hear and see in the presentation and in our briefings, but thank you, and I will be supporting this item.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Castillo. Councilmember Pelaez.
Mary, right? We were at a HOA meeting, the North Side Neighborhoods for Organized Development, and we both presented up there our the summary of this rate structure, and they kept looking at us with blank looks because they were like, wait, seriously? You're lowering our rates? Like, what's the catch, right? And some of them were looking to see if it was April Fool's Day, and rarely, if ever, do utilities come and say, hey, we got good news, right? You hardly have ever start a sentence that way. But in this instance, I'm delighted that you guys were able to make the math work. I know that, the Rate Advisory Committee, I know from firsthand, you and I work together, Robert, right? We, on a Rate Advisory Committee years ago, those are the most boring meetings in the whole wide world, and it's hundreds of hours that have to go into just understanding the structure and then understanding the business, right? And then figuring out how to tweak it in a way that we make sure that SAWS continues to be healthy, and at the same time, that SAWS delivers value, and the product that everybody expects while still taking care of the folks who are hurting, right? And who still need to wake up every morning and brush their teeth and take a shower and drink water. And so I'm very impressed with what you guys are putting in front of us. And so we, just to get this straight, 100% of residential bills in San Antonio are going to get a reduction in their water bill. So long, no, is that not right?
On their sewer bill.
On their sewer bill, okay. And then the average residential bill is going to decrease by about 9%?
Yes, 8.7.
Okay.
83% will get a reduction in their water bill.
All right.
So
and then
cumulatively, it's
and then 83%, right,
for water.
83% of San Antonian homes are going to receive a reduced rate.
Correct.
All right. And then fixed charges will go down for everybody by about 20%?
For affordability customers, we are waiving the fixed charge on the first 2,000 gallons. So the first 2,000 gallons for any affordability customer, there's no charge at all.
I think this is brilliant. I can't find flaw in this. And, this has been a long process. And it's not just the rate advisory committee and the members who worked hard too. I also know that, your board had to roll up their sleeves, and, your very brilliant board chair, Jillian Burley, and everybody, who serves on that board also spent a lot of time with a magnifying glass going through what the business impact will be on this. And I think you guys have scrubbed it over and over again, and I'm proud of you. I really am. I'm proud of you guys. And so congratulations. Mary, congratulations. This is wonderful. Jalen, congratulations. To Jamie Castillo, congratulations. Robert, Gavino, all of you, congratulations. We have an excellent team, and keep doing what you're doing. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Pelaez. Councilmember Villagran.
Thank you for the presentation. I want to thank the SAWS team who met with me on a few occasions to discuss this topic. I want to thank my SAWS RAC member, Karen Burgard, for her work on this and making sure it was equitable and it came to us in what I felt was a timely manner, considering what you guys were undertaking. And of course, SARS board member, the entire SARS board, but especially Mary Lou Reyna, who's been a great advocate for the District 3 and the southern sector and her quadrant. Last Friday, I was at Texas A&M San Antonio. There was a workshop put on by the National Science Foundation. Your team was there, and the topic was securing water, energy, and food. And I learned a lot, and I was pleased to know, as they presented, that we were going to have this on our agenda for a session, and that this was an important step that we take today to get to our goal of securing water, energy, and food for our nation, and specifically for our city. So I think this gives us an opportunity to expand opportunities as the city grows. I think my one question is, and very similar to what my council colleague mentioned, Councilman Bravo, was on item 5 and 6, what opportunities are we going to have for those developing areas of town in terms of chilled water and the recycled water? Are we going to put that forward with what we normally do for SAWS infrastructure and what we could do with recycled water and chilled water?
Well, as far as chilled water, essentially you have to be in the downtown area or at the Port Authority to be able to take advantage of our services. On recycled water, it's usually for the much bigger type of customers, irrigation like universities, Texas A&M, San Antonio, there's a recycled line right there, so there's a great opportunity there. Brooks, also in your district, great opportunities there. Our recycled line is close by also. So yes, there's great opportunities. For small businesses, strip center type of businesses, it's really not conducive for them.
Well, we have quite a few big developments and mega sites in District 3 that we can look at.
The manufacturer, bus manufacturer, Navistar, they're also going to be a recycled customer.
Great. If not, I'm going to start going through the list of all.
Yes.
Thank you, Councilmember Villagran. I'll just wrap up with some comments. I won't reiterate what I said at the SAWS board. I'm very grateful for the work of the RAC, and I specifically want to mention the work of Francis Gonzalez, who is the chair, as well as Patrick Garcia, the vice chair of the RAC. This is probably the smoothest process that we've been through, and a lot of reward on the opposite end of this for ratepayers who are going to see relief by and large. One thing I'd say, since we're on the city council dais, is that we have been going through our economic development framework, and there's a lot of advantages, obviously, beyond just bottom line as we continue to build up our chilled water system, but also our recycled water system. If there's one disappointment in this whole process for me, is that we do have to rebalance those recycled water rates because we've been subsidizing them for so long. But environmentally and otherwise, there's great benefit for seeing subscription growth to our recycled water system. So in that context of our economic development framework, and this is a comment mostly for city staff, I would hope that we could view our chilled water system and our recycled water system as things we want to incorporate into the discussions that we have with businesses that we're seeking to locate or expand in San Antonio. Those are offerings that I think intersect with our policy priorities, which is the whole purpose of having that economic development examination that we're doing. So great work, far different tone today than you're used to when you're talking about rates, Robert, up here.
I do appreciate all the comments from your council members on bringing something to you that you can really vote for with a lot of enthusiasm. It's helping your residents. I will tell you that I've been in front of this podium 10 out of the 13 years I've been at SAWS asking for a rate increase. And y'all have given it to us, but I think we can show that we have brought this utility forward, our community forward. We have obtained water security for our community. I will also say that in 2009, the RAC recommendations at that time also lowered rates. So this is not just the first time that we've done it. The circumstances were there for us to be able to do that. So I don't want to just take those accolades. I do want to warn you all that I may be back.
Certainly, and as long as they're judicious, you will also see us cooperate and participate in the growth of SAWS. It's been great work, and our community should be very proud of the San Antonio water system. So there is now a motion and a second on the floor for items 3, 4, and 5. Please vote. Motion carries. All right, let's move now to item number 11.
Item number 11 is an ordinance updating Chapter 6 buildings based on the proposed 2021 San Antonio Property Maintenance Code, consistent with the 2021 International Code Council's International Property Maintenance Code, and with proposed amendments.
Mike, all yours.
All right, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. As mentioned, I'm going to just go quickly through a PowerPoint presentation. I was here last week. We were talking about code updates. That was the development code, the Unified Development Code. I'm here today talking about property maintenance, and then one after this as well. But this one is our 2021 proposed SAPMC update, San Antonio Property Maintenance Code. We call it 21 because we do it every 3 years. We're 1 year behind because of the pandemic, similar to the UDC. But let me go over the process and what we're proposing. So the San Antonio Property Maintenance Code, I'll refer to it as SAPMC moving forward. It really is our code enforcement code. It tells property owners, business and residential,
One sec, Mike. No, there's a lot of accolades being shared over there, but if you can keep it down as you're moving out of the chambers, we'd appreciate it. We're going to continue on with business. Go ahead, Mike.
So thank you, Mayor. The property maintenance code is there. It applies to all residential commercial buildings in the city. And like the other codes, it tells us we're supposed to update it every 3 years. And so we work through our building standards boards. I'll talk through that. So every 3 years, our building codes, including our property maintenance codes, get updated. And just a note, it was 2011, so a decade ago, a little over a decade ago, we had our first major change where we adopted the International Property Maintenance Code as the backbones of our San Antonio document. So So I'll start off again. We had a lot of people help us through this, and this has been a long process. So we've been doing this since the spring, not as long as the UDC, but this book is really only 50 pages compared to the 1,200 pages of a UDC, but still a lot of work. And I just listed some members of our Building Standards Board. Those are appointees from that you all appoint, but we also had this year, we had some additional community members sign up and be part of that. And they went through painstakingly code word by word, and we argued and debated on certain things, what should be in code, what should be in policy, etc. But they really helped us. So a few members there listed. They did a great job helping us get you all a better code. So remember, this is going to be in Chapter 6 of our city code. So that's just the meetings and outreach. So again, we didn't do 60 meetings like we had to with the UDC, but again, we did a lot. So you'll see there 8 committee meetings to go through the code, some community meetings at the beginning and end, and then working through our Building Standards Board, which are all open public meetings. Again, with this process, they were all televised through at our boardroom where we hold our Building Standards Boards, planning commissions, so you could watch as well online. That was new this year. So let's just talk about the amendment process itself. So we did a lot of outreach in the beginning and said, hey, we're going to update our property maintenance code. We asked for amendments, and we actually got 83 proposed amendments from going from the 2018 version to this version. 24 of those were internal, 59 external. Now, there were some duplicates. So 66 unique proposals. Now, of that, wrestling through all the code's proposals, 28 are recommended for approval, and 38 were recommended for denial at the BSB level. I have just a little slide here just to show you what we talked about. This slide shows you that 52 out of the 66 proposals really had to do with the scope of the code and the administration of the code. There were some definitions and some technical items with Chapter 4, Chapter 7, fire safety, light ventilation, occupancy, etc. But a lot of the discussion led to what the code says, how it's used, how code enforcement through development services uses it, etc. And you'll see that. And who submitted amendments? Anybody can submit amendments. It's very open. We did have several community members, a couple organizations. So you see some there from the Historic West Side Residents Association. The Texas Housers is an organization that does a lot of work. They're actually helping us with some other stuff now. They did a great job. We did some a Tier 1 Neighborhood Coalition member was part of this as well, and of course DSD staff was there. Now again, I'm not going to go through all the proposed amendments, but a couple of the highlights. Why this is a better code this year is one of the items that we've added some additional language in our code. Unfortunately, there are times where we have to order the demolition of vacant or dangerous structures. Not always vacant, but most of the time it's vacant and dangerous structures. We put in some language there to mirror some other sections of our city charter, our city code. Demolition and removal is the remedy of last resort. We do this already, but the committee members felt this was important to put in the code to ensure that everybody knows that if we get to demolition, we have to do all these other steps before. We hope people can repair their homes or their structures, but if it's dangerous and we can't, it's the last resort, but it's in the code now. A lot of conversation, you'll see some here, is when we notice a property owner of a violation or even a notice to vacate, we're adding language to inform the property owner or owner's agent of the right to appeal. Everyone has the right to appeal, that's in there, but there was a lot of conversation that they didn't know that. So if now the code officers, when they give you a notice of violation, you'll know in writing there'll be a right to appeal. There was a lot of conversation. We added a definition of accumulation, trash and debris on your property, but how much is too much? If you have a couple pieces of candy wrappers on your property that blew in, that was some of the examples that was discussed. Is that a violation? Well, obviously no. So we added a definition. It was one of those that we all thought we knew what it was, but we didn't. So we're adding clarity to the code. Things like emergency and escape and rescue openings, that's another one. We added some language there to ensure that people maintained emergency escape and rescue openings from dwellings. I skipped one there, talking about adding a clarification or definition of imminent danger. So those are some of the highlights, but those are the things we work through to ensure this document is good for our code officers and community members and property owners to understand how it works. So we actually started, we went in September, the BSB, the Building Standards Board, voted to move forward with these recommendations. We went in September, we actually went to the Planning and Community Development Committee, had a good discussion there. They actually proposed some amendments. I'm going to go through those here, and then here we are today for update. Now, if we vote on it today, when we update these codes, there's generally a 90-day period to educate people on what's changed, et cetera, although some of it we've already, with our processes, have started. So I put some words here on the next couple slides, but I want to go over, at the PCDC meeting in September, there were 6 recommended amendments to the code, and I've highlighted them here. I'm just going to quickly go over, the amendments include the green and underlined statements. So for example, that notice and form. So when a code officer gives you notice that you're in violation and you need to correct it, we've added a statement, and this recommendation was to add a statement on that document that we give the property owner in English and Spanish, offering translation services so that we're getting more and more to ensure that people understand what they're reading and getting, and possible assistance options by the city. So that has to be written on the form. That's there already. We offer those services, but this proposed amendment would require it on the form, which I think is good communication. Also, adding some additional language of the right to appeal to the BSB. If you don't agree with the city, if you don't agree with the code officer, you always have your right to appeal. This is on the form. And then certainly how we would get information to that applicant when they request it. So that's part of that proposed amendment. The other item on this one is section 108.4, which is if something is so dangerous, or when we tell people they have to leave, it's called prohibited occupancy. We give them notice to vacate. But there's a section here that says, being added on this proposed amendment, the code official should advise the city department overseeing assistance programs like NHSD or like DHS or whoever, health department, immediately prior to or in conjunction with the service of a lawfully occupied residential structure. Now, again, this is a lawful occupied residential structure. This is something we do, but this recommended amendment, the discussion was this should be added to the code and not just be a policy that the city does just in our normal SOPs, but added to the code as a requirement. The other item here, a clarification of the definition of imminent danger. Unfortunately, we deal with some very dangerous situations that are, we have to, get that addressed very quickly. But we added, there is an adding a reasonable likelihood of serious or life-threatening injury. The idea of reasonable likelihood there was a lot of debate on that through the process, but I think that's a good add. The other one is sometimes we have to disconnect utility services. I know we just had a good story about utility services, but sometimes there's a dangerous situation electrically and or gas or something like that we have to authorize a disconnection of utility services. The proposal here is to add some language that says the code official will notify occupants and the appropriate city department overseeing assistance programs at least 3 days prior to taking such action, which actually is our normal SOP, on all lawfully occupied residential structures. Now, this is key whenever feasible. This came up. There may be a time, and we've had some examples where there's a gas leak and we can't wait 3 days. So that might be one where we have to get them out. We don't want a gas explosion happening or anything like that. So I think that language was worded appropriately. Requirements not covered by this code. There's a proposal here to add some language that when I need to, as the code official, I consult with directors from other city departments, such as the fire department, police department, health department, DHS. Now, we do that, of course, but putting this in the code really enforces that because there are times when it's not just a code enforcement issue. We are dealing with either people or other issues that might be dangerous. And then lastly, some additional language on any vacate notices and ensuring the right to appeal. That language is similar to what we talked about on one of the other ones. This is just a different section of our code. But ensuring people with the notice we give them understand that they have the right to appeal to BSB, and we will provide them information when requested on the details of that. So that being said, my recommendation is to update the property maintenance code that we went through in the process, and certainly City Council can choose to adopt the 6 highlighted PCDC recommendations, those amendments, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mike. We do have a few folks signed up to speak on item number 11, and so I'll call them now. We'll start with Christy Sutterfield. For 12, okay, you're there as well, Christy, all right. Joe Leos? Same thing? All right, Ed Berlanga? And Chad Smith? Okay. You're all listed on 12, so I'll call you up at that point as well. So we'll continue with discussion now. We'll start with Councilmember Rosa Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to start off by saying thank you to Mike and to the Building Standards Board and the SAPMC Committee. And so I know they only had a total of 12 meetings, but I thought that was very fair. I also want to thank the Historic West Side Residents Association, South Texas Regional, Director of Texas Housers, Tier 1 Neighborhood Coalition, My City is My Home, Texas Housers. Oh, I already mentioned them. No, yes. And so for their amendment. So I also wanted to thank Councilman Castillo and all of the residents who advocated for the amendments. These changes increase fairness and provide further clarity in the code. This section of the code pertains to all homeowners, and hopefully these changes will help folks that are struggling with coming into compliance. And then I also hope that we could continue building on the resources to be able to help them. I am excited about the proposed amendments. I appreciate that we consider demolition as a form of last resort, as a remedy of last resort. I'm also happy that we will make greater strides to inform the property owner or the authorized agent of the right to appeal. I'm also happy that we have a specific, task in there to have the statements in English and in Spanish, right? And I think that's important to the residents of San Antonio, and that we will, again, be informing them of all of the possible assistance and the options by the city. So with that, I motion to approve item 11 as recommended by the Building Standards Board.
Okay, there's a motion and a second for approval of item number 11. We'll continue with discussion. Councilmember Castillo.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mike and team. As you mentioned, this has gone through so many hands, and I'm really grateful for our District 5 BSB appointee, Kayla Miranda, and who was a voting member of the PMC committee, as well as a community member, Iguel Trejo, with Texas Housers, who was a non-voting community member, and Ray Morales, who's an architect and served on it, but as a non-voting member as well. I would like to motion to amend the main motion to include the Planning and Community Development Committee's recommended amendments to the San Antonio Property Maintenance Code. Thank you.
All right, there's a motion and a second to amend the main motion to include those amendments read by Mike Shannon.
Yeah, and I saw time.
Yeah, so
Okay,
we'll
awesome.
resume discussion on those particular amendments, then we'll get to the main motion. Good, so go ahead.
All right, thank you. Yes, I could go on and on, but I know Mike's, had UDC and now the PMC, but I'm extremely grateful again for Mike, Amin, and Savita, who staffed those meetings as well. And Mike did a great job of covering the importance of these proposed amendments, but I just want to highlight a couple, right? The update to section 107.2 means all code notices will now include notification to Spanish-speaking residents, notifying them of their right to translation services by a housing navigator and or case manager who will also connect them to assistance programs and community toolshed or rehab, whatever the case may be. And I'm really excited because prior to being elected, this is something that I had conversations with Mike about, so I'm pleased to see that city staff assisted with these amendments to ensure that we create a more equitable process. In section 108.2.1 and 108.4, there's now language which ensures a code officer will contact the appropriate city department before issuing a notice to vacate or a utility disconnection. There are only 5 additional amendments, but this could mean the difference between someone understanding the notice and immediately correcting the violation and coming to in compliance. Compassionate compliance places more focus on helping residents and addressing their code issues and bringing them into compliance without issuing heavy orders or shutting off utilities or removing them from their home. I believe the City of San Antonio, with these proposed amendments, will shift to a model that allows for a proper connection to our new code case managers and programs like the Community Toolshed and housing rehab programs instead of punitive measures. So I'm proud of the work that this council has done to improve community relationships with code enforcement, and I remain grateful for the support of the proposed amendments. And those are all my comments, and just extremely grateful. I look forward to conversation, dialogue, and I ask for your support in these amendments.
Thank you, Councilmember Castillo. Any further discussion on the amendments to the main motion? Okay, there is a motion and a second for the amendments added to item number 11, so we'll take a vote on adding those amendments. Please vote. Motion carries. We'll move now to the main motion and resume discussion there. Councilmember McKee Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to thank every community member and entity who is engaged in this process to ensure that our neighbors are represented well. District 2 especially thanks as well for serving on the SAPMC committee as a resident and housing expert. I'd also like to thank the PCDC committee for their work to include necessary amendments to further ensure our residents are protected from displacement by code enforcement action while maintaining a standard of livability and health. The inclusion of coordinated communication among city departments and notice of Spanish language translation will further ensure our residents are supported through the process of code enforcement compliance. And in many cases, we offer large businesses and other entities grace for compliance versus fines, and we should offer the same grace and accessibility and resources to our working class residents. UT Austin's ousted report further underscored these necessary updates to our property maintenance code to ensure our residents are not being displaced while in the midst of a housing crisis. With these updated codes and further investment in home rehab programs, I feel we're making promising steps to combat displacement in our district, which are historically underserved and most at risk for displacement through previous code enforcement methods. This process also highlights the importance of thorough and robust community input to ensure our policy is effective and reduces the impact of harm. And I fully support the amendments and look forward to utilizing my office's resources to educate our District 2 residents on these updates and the ways they can be assisted should they interact with code enforcement in these instances. I do have a question for Mike Shannon. There have been some questions at our neighborhood associations about properties that have become a topic of concern due to crime issues. You know the ones. Do any of these changes impact our ability to address these properties, whether vacant or occupied, that have become safety concerns?
Well, I think they enhance it, especially the one I talked about, making sure that our office continues to work with PD and other departments like fire department. So it gives us a little bit more language in our code to help that and ensure that. So I think we'll be able to continue to do that.
Thank you. That's exactly what my neighborhood associations wanted to hear. That is all. Thank you.
Councilmember McKee Rodriguez, Councilmember Villagran.
Thank you. Thank you, Mike, for all your hard work on this. Sitting on the planning committee has been lots of fun, and we've done a lot of work this year. So thank you, Chair, for all your hard work. And I want to thank my council colleague, Councilwoman Castillo, for her team working on making sure that things were clarified in the language so we could have these amendments move forward. And you were already on our list next year to get to the neighborhood associations and explain all the changes we've done. And I look forward to moving forward with this with the proposed amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Villagran, any further discussion on the main motion, item number 11 as amended? Okay. Great job again, Mike, and to the committees. Hearing no further discussion, please vote. Motion carries. We'll move now to item 12.
Building-related codes of the City of San Antonio and Chapter 11 of the City Code of San Antonio, Texas, entitled Fire Prevention, by revising administrative procedures, adopting the 2021 editions of the International Code Council, Inc., building-related codes, the 2020 National Electric Code, the 2021 edition of the ICC International Fire Code, and appendices and their respective local amendments, applying administrative clarification and providing for penalties, publication, and an effective date.
Okay. All yours, Mike.
Innovation, and we call it the ICC Code Update, International Code Council. We're recommending we adopt the updated versions, the 2021 versions, I didn't do a good job, certainly thanking my team. Amin, Crystal, and Jeremy are here, so everybody give a wave. And I also have the fire department here. I know they're here because we're talking about the fire code as well, all wrapped into this. So the fire chiefs and captains, thank you. So let's just talk overview. Again, our building-related codes, how do we make a safe building? How do we build it or renovate a safe building? Well, that's what these codes help us do. They're updated every 3 years at the international level. There are actually 10 documents. There are 10 building-related codes and fire codes that tell us how to build a structurally safe, electrically safe, the ACs safe, all that stuff. So we've adopted by the city, these are adopted by the city every 3 years. And again, we want to do this like the other codes, but we want to make sure we have the current national safety codes, the latest and greatest construction methods, options in there. And we've been reviewing this one since February. And this stakeholder, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to thank everybody. The stakeholder was a different body and a different group of stakeholders, 22 meetings, a few more pages to review. But this one actually went through our Building-Related and Fire Code Appeals and Advisory Board. We call that the Construction Board for short. But that's 34 seats. You all have to try to fill 34 seats, 17 members plus 17 alternates, of course, not city employees, but a lot of different types of members, architects, engineers, builders, building owners, etc. But they hear, their job is to hear appeals of orders. They hear alternative methods, but they also help us update the code every 3 years. So this is a list, hard to see. Hopefully you can see it on your iPads a little bit better, but those are the position types of the 17. Again, all these types of these professionals or builders are involved with building design, building construction, and those are they have a primary and alternate member. We work with local organizations to help identify those that can help serve, whether it be the Texas Fire Protection Association, Structural Engineers Association of Texas, American Institute of Architects, etc. They're all listed there, but they did a great job helping us through this, along with many others that attended the meetings and provided input. So there's the 10 codes that we have, including the building, fire, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, energy conservation, electrical code, etc. So that's what we're proposing to update. And again, here's another list of some members and stakeholders that aren't necessarily on the board, if you will, but they're listed there. So quite a bunch of people and organizations that are paying attention to these regulations, and they helped us get here. So thank you to them as well. So I'm going to go over now. This is 10 codes, and we're updating a lot. And it's chapter 10 and 11 are very long documents that we adopt. I'm going to go over some highlights just to give you some understanding of some of the benefits of going to the next version of these codes. So we do administrative amendments, things like permits. Right? We made a change a few months ago, earlier this year, about the noise ordinance and construction activities. So we linked the construction noise section that we did a few months back. We linked that here in Chapter 10 for permits. So that's an important update. Also, submittal documents. We have to, we used to get big, large rolls of plans submitted to us by architects and engineers, and we would send those off. We don't do that anymore, but the code still says we do that. But now we do electronic versions. So we had to change the code for submittal documents and stuff like that. So easy stuff like that, administrative amendments. But then we start getting into the really interesting and important stuff. So for example, our building code. The new building code defines puzzle rooms, escape rooms. You probably hear a lot more of these, but they're not really in the code, and they're a unique animal, so we have some requirements for those. Shipping containers are being used more and more often in construction. The picture you see there is actually a picture of a building on Broadway. Tall wood buildings are actually, there's more regulations and there's more allowances for those in the code. And that's something that internationally has had a lot of conversation. How do you ensure safe, structurally fire-safe tall wood buildings, actually now up to 18 stories high for some types of buildings? So that's an important new construction type. That has a lot of new things, but that's a very sustainable type of building construction that has a lot of internationally gotten a lot of steam and interest there. So we have to add things like that to the code. Rooftop canopies and illuminated egress paths for high rises. So those are types of things that we're adding either flexibility or new requirements for. But here in San Antonio, we have plenty of rooftop canopies. beautiful skyline, beautiful fun events like on holidays, like New Year's Eve. People like to watch the legal fireworks from rooftop canopies. So I said legal fireworks to the fire marshal. He'll understand that one. So the electrical code, of course, we have to be electrically safe. Some electrical safety for emergency responders in 1 and 2 family, things like shut-off switches, ground fault and arc fault protection in additional areas, surge protection, so those get added to the electrical code this time as well. Our plumbing code, right? One of the items adds an allowance for multi-user toilet facilities to serve all genders. So this is not the bathroom gender discussion that we're talking about, but right now our code doesn't give a building owner credit for the minimum plumbing fixtures that they have to have if they provide a unisex bathroom. But that, it seems like a waste, right? Because if you're required to have, four men's rooms and 4 women's rooms, but you put a couple unisex in there, you should get some credit, or you're just adding cost to that construction. You're building 10 restrooms. So there's an allowance for that now. So that's something that internationally was added to the code. We add some rainwater harvesting system requirements and allowances in there, of course. And then there's a SAWS. We work closely with SAWS. I don't know if any SAWS are still here. We work closely with SAWS. There's a requirement for testing existing homes for lead when you're doing work on broken pipes. So we've added that. That's in there, Chapter 34. We brought that into the code. So that's a good connection there. Our swimming pool and spa code, we actually have a separate code for that because those are unique animals. But we added some design and safety requirements for splash pads. These are becoming super popular. Everybody loves them. My kids loved them when they were 2 and 3. They still love them now when they're 12 and 14. But we needed some safety requirements added to that, and we have them in this code now. Some construction requirements if you're doing fences and barriers around existing pools and stuff, making sure that people are separated from those, of course. Fire code. So the fire code a lot of it is married, of course, with our building code, but adding some fire safety requirements for open parking garages. There was a big, large fire in Europe that, cars are different than they used to be. Cars 40, 50 years ago, Rod, you were around at that point, when Rod was around driving, they were big metal cars, right? Now they're plastic and they burn differently. They burn hotter, higher flash rates, all that stuff. So some sprinklers required for that. Self-storage facilities, of course, energy storage systems, those are important industries and buildings now, but certainly some of the requirements for fire safety in those need to be upgraded as technologies, and those are added. And we also expanded some provisions for the construction fire safety as well. The energy code, we're going to have a lot of conversation about this one, I think, today. So we're proposing to adopt the latest and greatest energy code and a couple others. So this came through our committee. We're adding requirements this is for commercial. I'm going to separate commercial and residential. So for commercial energy conservation, so think of apartments or office buildings or anything like that, adding a requirement for EV-capable spaces the recommendation was 3% of the minimum required spaces. So if you build an office building, you need 100 parking spaces. Minimum of 3 have to be EV capable, okay? So that's the 3% that came out of there. A new requirement that was added to the energy code was a requirement for an energy monitoring system. Now the code said at 25,000 square feet, it would kick in. Through the process, the committee, the Building and Fire Code Committee, felt it should start at 100,000 square feet. And we had a lot of conversation about this one at the committee level, the PCDC committee. This is not the Climate Action Plan, benchmarking, energy monitoring. It's really actually something very different. This is actually for all of the more energy efficient systems that we've had to put in our buildings over the last decade. Our city has adopted the 2015, the 2018, and now hopefully the 2021. A lot of the equipment has to be tested better, right? It has to, from day one, it has to be higher efficiency. So this monitoring system is a software package for the building maintenance crew. It's kind of like your oil light in your car. Hey, if something's not working properly, it would flag it so you could address it and fix that piece of equipment or figure out what's going on. So that's a new requirement in the code we're proposing at 100,000 square feet or bigger buildings. Lighting controls in parking garage. How many times is a parking garage the lights are on, but really it's in the middle of the night, the lights aren't off. So adding that is a good one. A couple of different energy efficiency options added as well that the designers can choose. So residential, this is a lot of conversation about this one through the committee as well as the PCDC. So increasing a little bit of flexibility for trade-offs, permitting trade-offs. For example, you might be required to put a little bit of a certain type of insulation around some pipe or anything like that. But maybe if you do a little bit higher efficiency HVAC unit in your home, we can trade off a little bit less. So you can choose which one is better. So that's something that's in the code. There's a few more of those. Now, what came out through the committee, and I'll talk about this a little bit more, is maintaining the current 2018 ceiling insulation requirements. So ceiling insulation is we do R values, right? I think a lot of you have heard R values before, but the higher the R value, the more insulation, essentially. R38 is where we're at today. The new code, the 2021 International Code, goes to 49. The committee felt staying at 38 is appropriate. There's cost implications. How much bang for the buck are you getting? We'll talk about that in a little bit. And then we are proposing to add an EV capable and PV capable to the city code. We'll talk more about this. This is not in the international code. There's no minimum requirement in the international code. So the committee felt we want to do a level 1 EV charger and a PV capable panel, and I'll talk about those here quickly. So let's talk EV. I think we've all heard it. We've seen the commercials. But what is EV? EV charging in homes, level 1 or level 2. There's certainly fast charges, which are probably not going to be in homes. But let's talk about level 2. I stole this from Doug. Doug's in the crowd today, but Doug gave me this slide. You can see his Office of Sustainability symbol. But level 1 is really just an additional outlet in the garage. So you can charge an electronic vehicle by plugging it into what we call a regular 120-volt AC outlet. It's all the plugs you have in your house, most of the plugs you have in your house. If we add an additional one of those in the garage, it'll be there. And yes, it will charge slower. So we put an estimate. This is very estimate depending on your car and what you do, but 100 miles of charge in 18 hours. The idea being that a lot of people will go to and from work. Maybe they will only need 30 or 40 miles a day, et cetera. A level 1 would be appropriate. Now, level 2 is an extra 240-volt outlet. That's the one that you plug your electric dryer in or your electric range in. You've seen those in your homes possibly. But that would be a 240-volt. It will charge faster. It will cost more, and we'll talk about that. The proposal that came out of the Building and Fire Committee or the Construction Committee was to add a additional level 1 outlet in every garage. So if you have a 2-car garage, you're required to have 2 anyway by the electrical code, adding another one that's specifically for EV use, if you have an EV car. Solar capable for residential homes. So this is a lot of debate as well. We've heard things like solar ready, solar capable, or just let them do it when they decide to put solar panels on their homes. The proposal that came out was really just upgrading your panel. So if you build a new home, they put an electrical panel, making sure that panel is sized so it has an extra space for future add-ons. So we don't get into this. I just built my home 5 years ago, and maybe my panel is maxed out. That's another thing that I need to remove, replace, add the cost of that. So if this one's ready to go, it would make it easier. There was some conversation about should I go more? Should I make EV ready roofs and those type of things? The answer was no. So this was, again, the small step above minimum international code that's being proposed. So I'm going to highlight a few of the items that were discussed, because the PCDC meeting that we had a week ago, or 10 days ago, there were 3 or 4 items that were discussed heavily. 3 came out of there with some recommended amendments, or for further discussion by this group to consider. So one of them was that insulation and ceiling. So the code says how much insulation in a house you're supposed to have. Today, we talk about the R38 that's in the code. The idea being, should we go to the R49, which is essentially if you're dealing with spray applied cellulose insulation, which is one of the more common, not the only one, but one of the more common, it would be another 3 inches of insulation in the attic. That's plus or minus, that's the average. The idea here is the chart on the left really talks about this diminishing returns of more insulation. Yeah, is more insulation always better? It's probably more. You put another sweater on, you put another sweater on, you put another sweater on, you'll probably be warmer. It's going to happen. But this chart just really talks about as the R value goes up, the rate of heat flow reduction just goes down. Okay, so the whole conversation that was had at the committee was, well, if I add this, and the prices there are some estimates from some reports, if I add $1,000 to a regular 2,000 square foot home, et cetera, what am I really getting for that extra insulation? Am I really increasing the heat flow or decreasing the heat flow that much? And they felt no. And it didn't address this analysis, because if you can see there, $1,300 total to the customer. Again, this is a one generic study. Just if I added more insulation to the attic, it doesn't address any additional cost if you needed to address your attic and make it a little bit different, raising, maybe making a heel truss or something so that we capture all that. So all I'm saying here is this was discussed. This is one of the proposed amendments is actually to go to the R49 that came out of the vote at the PCDC committee. So another one, again, I talked about level 1, level 2. There was a large conversation at the 2 meetings we went to PCDC on this. But they're proposing to add a level 2 rather than a level 1 to every garage on new homes built when this goes into effect. So again, I just highlight it there. It's the same slide. But there's going to be some conversations about cost, right? How much is it? Is it $100 to add this to every home? Is it $5,000 to add it to every home? These are some of the numbers. One of the challenges that you'll probably hear about it today with some of the speakers. But it's certainly going to add some costs going from level 1. I mean, you add another outlet to a garage, it's going to be cost and labor and wire, it's probably going to be a few $100, $200 or $300. I think if you add to level 2, we believe, staff believes, it's going to be in the $500 to $800 range, but that's assuming you don't have to make any changes to your panel. You have to calc all that out and extra. So it could be more, and that's what we came up with there. So lastly, there was a recommendation, I didn't highlight it, but the committee, so I'm just summarizing the PCDC recommended amendments. Instead of level 1, level 2 charges in all new homes. R49, so that R49 value is the minimum rather than the R38. They also did recommend that 3% on the commercial and multifamily structures wasn't enough, maybe 5% was the appropriate number. One clarification for all of you committee members going back since that meeting last week. You asked me a specific question, was it only for multifamily or was it all commercial? I said multifamily, I was incorrect. It's actually all commercial, so office buildings, multifamilies. And that was discussed at the committee level. I was misspoken a week ago, so I'm correcting that. But that's what the 3 PCDC recommended amendments are. So again, I'll just kind of talk a little bit about the timeline. Again, in September, we went to the committee. Today, we're here. This one, another 3 months or so for people to finish up the designs that they may be working on. This is a very consistent thing that we do. The new codes will go into effect in February if we were approving them today. So staff recommendation, so we recommend approving the update of the 2021 I codes with the 2020 National Electrical Code, that's the electrical code, with the amendments recommended by the Building and Fire Board, and certainly council to choose the proposed amendments from PCDC related to the Energy Code. And I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mike. We do have citizens signed up to speak on item 12, so I'll call them up now. We'll start with Tom Smitty Smith. Mr. Smith, you'll be followed by Bill Hurley. Okay, you'll have 6 minutes, Mr. Smith.
Peter Bella is also in the room, and he's going to also offer me 3 minutes.
You'll have 9 minutes.
And I want to thank you very much for your attention to this. My name is Tom Smith. I'm better known as Smitty. I am the director now of the Texas Electric Transportation Resources Alliance. We're an EV promoting group. We do policy at the state capitol agencies and with city councils like yours. And I also serve on the board of Plug-in America. We're the largest electric vehicle users group in the United States. And I'm here today in support of the amendments to item number 12. And the reasons are simple. This is all about future-proofing the homes that are being built today for the changes we see coming in the future. What we're beginning to realize is electric vehicles are going to be adopted very quickly all across the nation and the world for 3 reasons. They're cheaper to own, they're reduced pollution, and they're a lot more fun to drive than a traditional vehicle. And what you see is that we're likely to hit 50% of all new car sales in Texas by 2033, according to a number of credible estimates by financial analysts and others. What does that mean in terms of numbers? It means about 2.5 million in Texas, and about roughly 9% of that will be in the San Antonio area, or about 250,000 cars and trucks will be electric by 2033. So what does that mean in terms of building codes? What is in front of you today is essentially doing the same thing you voted to do time after time, to build the infrastructure necessary to allow those vehicles to operate. It's kind of like building roads or highways or transmission lines or water supply systems. It's putting the tools in place to meet demand in the future. And the good news is, if you move and do this at the time the buildings are built, it will be about a quarter of the cost of doing it later. There have been a number of studies done over the years that basically say you can build in this technology for somewhere between $50 and $300 in terms of technology. So what does it take to put one of these things in? It takes a breaker in your breaker box. It takes a holder for the plug. It takes the plug and the cover, some wire, and conduit. We went over to Home Depot the other day and bought the products. $79 is what it costs. And the studies indicate that the cost of materials are roughly 43% of the total cost of installation. So this isn't a budget buster. This is future-proofing, and that's one of the things we think is important about doing this kind of technology. And that's 3 minutes? Okay, good enough. Another reason we think that this is important is because of air quality. About 40% of the air pollution in the San Antonio area, and more than 50% in most of the rest of the cities in Texas, comes from our transportation fleet. And as your electric supply system, CPS, gets greener and greener, the amount of emissions coming from your vehicles is going to become that 50% as Dealey shuts down and all that sort of stuff happens. And building the technologies that allow you to transport yourself around with zero emissions are going to be absolutely critical to meeting not only the federally required air pollution standards, but preparing for the climate and not harming the climate in the future. And that's going to be a big challenge that we're going to be facing as a nation. Now, we've talked a little bit about the costs of what is it going to cost to do a house. But the same numbers are also true for commercial parking spaces. There have been a couple of studies done in San Francisco and Orlando, Florida, that basically say the cost for an EV-ready is about $920, $950 if it's done per parking space at the time of construction. But it's about four times that, about $3,600 if you wait and do it afterwards, because then you don't have to break up the concrete, you don't have to lay the conduit. And so it's good investment. It's future-proofing the apartment complexes and your commercial buildings to require at least 5% of all your parking spaces to be EV ready. And can you move it down just a little bit for me, please? Thank you. Now, if you adopt this code, you're not going to be the first in the nation to do this. There are already 24 other cities and 1 state that have done this. And if you do it, you'll be the first in Texas. And San Antonio has often led Texas in adopting future-proofing policies, and this is another opportunity to do this. Now, one of the other letters that you have recently received in your inboxes today is from a Dr. Joel Reyes, who is a pediatric intervenist, I think is the way that is said. He's the guy that handles really critical care issues in the emergency rooms at hospitals. He's also an allergist. And one of the things that he has pointed out is that the leading cause of childhood asthma is exposures to pollutants like pollens and so forth, but another leading cause is exposure to emissions coming from our cars and trucks. And that when the American Lung Association has looked at this region and said we have about 250,000 of allergy attacks that could be avoided if we adopted policies to get to zero-emission vehicles. And that's about 25,000 asthma cases that you would not have to treat in a hospital per year as a result of adopting zero-emission vehicle policies and getting to 100% zero emissions. What this is for some kids is a matter of life and breath. And it is those kids who go to schools in places close to our to our highways or close to the terminals where we have lots of truck idling that are most exposed. And we all know who those kids are. It's not the wealthy, it's the low-income folks who end up living next to those places where there's a lot of truck traffic and a lot of highway traffic. And those are the people most affected. Now, one of the things that we are in have the opportunity to do today is to invest in the future. And electric vehicles are coming. Cities like yourselves who prepare for the change are going to be those that are recognized not only as a leader in the state, but can reduce the cost of transportation for everybody in the city, but are also in a position to help lure manufacturers to San Antonio. Just like you have done when you lured Toyota, just like you did when CPS was given permission to build renewables, you all got a solar manufacturer. And this is the kind of step that has caused San Antonio to be attractive to manufacturers. When they see that you're doing things that will enable them to manufacture and to not have to put extraordinarily high pollution stuff on the top of the stacks, because you all are taking the smart steps of building policies in place that will reduce pollution. And that's the opportunity you have to do today, to start by requiring all new homes to be EV ready, to be able to have a place where you can plug in and plug your car in, is one of those things that will not only help assure that people believe that they will have a place to plug in that car when they come home, but it will cost them far less to buy that car because they're not going to have to go back and retrofit the house. And that's the opportunity you have today. It's a challenge, and I've seen this council time after time make the decisions to put San Antonio in leadership positions, and that's what opportunity you have again today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Jerry Morrissey. Okay. Russell Seal. Mr. Seal, you'll be followed by Alan Montemayor.
Mayor, council members, thank you all for considering updating these energy codes. So we've been working on this a long, long time. 2010 is when I first started getting active in working on climate change issues and energy issues. Many of y'all served on city council. No, not many of y'all, just a handful of y'all that passed our climate action and adaptation plan. I had the privilege of serving on that committee, on the Building and Energy Committee. One of the most important things of the initial steps we had talked about during that was EV and solar ready. Councilman Courage, during that time, right afterwards, when this 2018 ICC codes came up, the language did not include many of the things we're asking for. You pulled that aside and said, let's get together and talk about that. And Development Services had over 10 meetings with us, with industry, with apartment associations, with the builders. And we had draft language at that time in 2019, and then COVID hit. In the time that COVID hit until now, thousands and thousands of homes and apartments have been built in and around San Antonio. Just drive around and look. There is never a good time. COVID was a very bad time. We should have had it done then, and unfortunately, we had to stop and not do it. The cost of doing something now or doing it later, and the manufacturers, the industry is going to tell you very high prices. The difference is wholesale versus retail. Councilman Plius, we've had conversations, and they are giving you a retail price. What can we do to an add-on product for new construction? If it's an add-on product, they're going to ask you to pay a premium price. If this is in code, it is no longer add-on products. It's going to be more in line with the numbers that staff and what Smitty have shown. Nobody should be subjected to having to pay high retail prices because they are not an informed buyer. You have to have informed buyers and sellers for our system to work. Unfortunately, we have code compliance and codes which gives us that tool to have our purchases or buildings have HVAC systems in them. Would we think of putting a house out there now without air conditioning and heating and wiring for it? So again, there's never a good time. Let's get this done now, and thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Seal. Alan Montemayor, followed by Wendell Fuqua.
Extra time seated from Wendell.
You're ceding your time, Wendell? Okay. You'll have 6 minutes, Alan.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm Alan Montemayor, chairman of the Alma Group of the Sierra Club. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you. I assure you I do not take that for granted. I'm a lifelong resident of San Antonio, 66 years here. I've seen the city grow. We have a very robust building community in San Antonio. It's primarily building north. And it can be said that brings jobs to San Antonio and economic development, et cetera, but it also brings a lot of problems. And we're here today to discuss how do we mitigate that problems? How do we grow sustainably? Part of that is to build in a way that is going to be sustainable, and that means building for future EVs, building for solar ready, putting additional insulation in our homes, putting energy management systems in new systems that are installed. All of these things benefit the users of those buildings, of those homes. They benefit our children who are going to be buying those homes in the future. In particular, electric vehicles benefit CPS Energy, particularly if we can charge those vehicles at night and take advantage of the abundant and cheap and clean wind energy that's available. This is additional revenue for CPS Energy, additional revenue for the city. It's a great thing. It's a win-win for the citizens that are buying these vehicles and have lower maintenance costs. It's a citizens for all the citizens that it's a benefit for all the citizens that breathe in San Antonio and can breathe a little bit cleaner air. So the addition of a 240 volt, 40 amp plug will allow those electric vehicles to charge overnight. The level 1 plug, which is been proposed, will not do that. It takes up to 18 hours to charge. The mayor has an electric vehicle. He knows this. I'm sure he's got a level 2 charger. Anybody else here who has an electric vehicle probably has an electric vehicle charger that's a level 2. I know I do. So we're really hoping that you can support that level 2 EV charger. For the insulation in the homes, it's an additional 3 inches of insulation. Yes, there's a cost associated with it, but that insulation will bear fruit for generations to come. The life of these homes can be up to 100 years. So the decisions that you make today will affect the people that live in those homes for the next 100 years or so. Industry is going to come tell you that now is not the time to do this. There's all these problems. Well, I say, if not now, then when? The Climate Action Adaptation Plan is really moving in this direction. You'd be supporting that. The ozone difficulties that we face in the city support this. So we really want to move forward with these things. The solar ready, if you look at what's been proposed to just put a breaker in, a slot for a breaker, that's essentially no change. We truly need to allocate a roof area on the roof of our buildings, our homes, that's ready for solar. My home has 10 solar panels on it. We really wanted to put 12, but there were roof penetrations that precluded that. And that's true of all of the homes in San Antonio that are going to have roof penetrations If we don't call out a roof area, it's going to be much more difficult for them to get any meaningful number of solar panels on their roofs. Anyway, we're asking for these changes, not for us, but for our children, for all the people that are going to be moving to San Antonio that are going to be occupying these homes and buildings. The energy management systems, if we allow them to raise the levels up to 10,000 square feet for homes, that's going to preclude a lot of homes not having those systems. If we allow them to raise the criteria up to 100,000 square feet for buildings, many of these buildings will be built without it. Again, that is something that is going to pay itself forward for generations. So we're asking you guys to approve these changes to the building codes today. I know that you're going to hear a lot from industry about costs. The costs that they are going to show, I believe, are quite inflated. And so we're asking you guys to move forward, to move San Antonio forward for the future generations, for air quality, for income for the city, for the comfort and financial stability of our citizens. Thank you so much for taking my comments. And again, I do appreciate the fact that we can make these comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Montemayor. Christy Sutterfield. Ms. Sutterfield, you'll be followed by Joe Leos.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members, City Manager Walsh. My name is Christy Sutterfield, and I'm the Executive Director of the Greater San Antonio Builders Association. We're a nonprofit trade association, and we cover 22 counties, and of course, Bexar County is our largest county. We have 800 member companies, and we represent 10,000 people in the residential and remodeling building industry. We're here today to talk to you about the amendments, and I first want you to know that I have Joe Leos here with me. He'll be testifying after me or offering comments. He is with D.R. Horton. They're the largest home builder in our city. I also have Ed, he also chairs my Government Affairs Committee. I have Ed Berlanca, my immediate past president, who's the CEO of Texas Homes. He's a custom home builder. And I have Shad Schmidt, who's my incoming president, who is a single-family lot developer. We're here to talk about the unintended consequences with these amendments and what it will do to housing affordability. On the R49 insulation factor, the national standard is what we call the HERS rating, and that's the Home Energy Rating System. And with that HERS rating, Joe took all of D.R. Horton's floor plans and had his HERS rater run all of the energy efficiency matrices on those houses. The index only goes up 1 point out of 150 points. So we want to talk to you about, while I know our previous comments talked about inflated cost, the real cost to add R49 is $9,000 to $11,000. The unintended consequences are you have to have 15.5 inches to blow the R49 insulation. You're going to have a different firewall. You're going to have to redesign your trusses because there's got to be a heel in the truss. And the labor and the cost of the installation, as Mr. Shannon talked about, has a diminishing return. So that 1 point really is minimal. On the EV ready, EV capable. And one of the things that we want to talk to you about is that our custom builders already offer that as an option. And I'm very passionate about the affordability factor. We have been working with the Texas A&M Research Center to update their numbers, but for the price increase of $1,000, in 2017, it knocked 22,000 Texans out of the market. You know, the real estate industry contributes 1/7 to our local economy. I want to tell you that, you know, San Antonio is a rich city. We are rich in culture. We are rich in city leadership, in military, and our religious organizations. But over half of our families have modest incomes, and an alarmingly high percentage live at or below the poverty level. When young home buyers, I'll let them wrap up, but I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Sutterfield. Joe Leos. Mr. Leos, you'll be followed by Ed Berlanga.
what I'm going to present is the cost and some other things that I'm trying to do. The biggest thing, the cost for the EV Ready Stage 2 is about $46.50 to the buyer. That includes not just what he is showing you, but it also includes additional wiring, thicker gauge wiring, a larger panel from 200 to 300, and the fuses for the slots. So it's a little bit bigger project than just replacing going to Home Depot. The other thing on the R49 is you're not going from R38 to R49. We're going from R30 to R49. So it is 15.5 inches. We are going to have to create a heel in the truss or conventionally framed. And the other issue comes that we've been able to do all this time is how do we fireproof? Majority of the houses were on 5-foot setbacks. How do we fireproof the side now? Do we block it 100%? Do we go with a Type X? All that involves different material, additional material, and labor. So, these costs keep us from doing other things that we're trying to do. Right now, we're considering going to Energy Star, and we have some things to do for that as well. It eliminates other ideas like going tankless water heaters, which help the HERS ratings, as well as a power vent. I mean, there's numerous ideas. We're looking at a new seal right now to spray and seal the entire house, make it more airtight efficient. That helps the HERS rating. That helps the CFM reduce inside the house. These are all valuable things that help the energy rating. And that's what I'm trying to do. Again, we're trying to go 100% Energy Star. This makes it difficult. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Leos. Ed Berlanga, followed by Chad Schmidt.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilman. I sat on your task force for 3 years, the Mayor's Task Force for Affordable Housing. It's one of my drivers and what I do. And it's interesting because I build $1 million homes, yet I'm building 100 tiny homes at the Town Twin Village project for the homeless. So that's a pretty wide range, I'd say. I think I'm qualified to speak to what costs do and how they change. I also drive a Tesla, and I drove a Tesla before it was cool. So I've driven a Tesla. I've gone back and retroed my house, which I built 12 years ago in Councilman Courage's district. I'm also looking in solar right now, and I'm baffled and amazed at the cost that I've been quoted, even at the cash discount price. So I can tell you that we are very conscious of our cost, and what my company has done is offer our customers options. When they walk in, we have an option book that says we'll take you from here to there, but by mandating some of these requirements on an early level, it'll almost negate me from building spec homes. In other words, a for sale home's easy. I can sit with the buyer and talk through their options with them. But on a spec home, if I'm told to put something in that later on I won't need, I'll be actually going backwards to go forwards. And that doesn't make a whole lot of sense in terms of just how you build it. But how we've handled it, and I think a great way that we could do this at any price range, is to offer the buyers options, whether it's starting with the minimum requirements that you guys are looking for, but offer them as an option and move forward. I live in an area where there's approximately 150 homes. On the 51 homes on my street, I am the only EV driver. And I can promise you those people can afford it, okay? As you get down to the end of the block where there's another 125 homes, there's 4. So we all know each other, the 5 EV drivers in that whole area. So we're talking about affordability here, and I do want to touch on that. You know, the average sales price in San Antonio now is $350,000. Okay, that's pre-owned, that's high-end homes, low-end homes, everything in between. $350,000. The average loan is $300,000. Everybody loved when we had 3.25% interest rates. They're at 7.25% today. That 4% interest rate caused your monthly payment to go up $800. $800. You can see how sensitive it is. We're going to go into a housing recession in the next year. In case anybody doesn't want to talk about it, I'll talk about it, because I sit on the TAB board at the state level and the NHB board. So I interact with people all around the country. But we're going to be building less homes, not more homes. So we're going to be conscious of our cost, and that's what every builder does when things come back. Okay? The cost of materials has not come back yet, hence why we have inflated prices. But I can tell you this, we'll work our best, and I think the most reasonable solution is to offer the customer, the consumer, the option where they want to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Berlanga. Chad Schmidt.
Hi, thank you, Mayor and Council and Manager Walsh. My name's Chad Schmid. I am going to be the incoming president for the Greater San Antonio Builders Association for 2023. And I'm also, my spare time, I'm a single-family lot developer here in the Greater San Antonio area. I'm here really to kind of talk about affordability today in San Antonio and just in the country in general. Affordability just continues to keep falling across the country. Rising mortgage rates, high inflation, ongoing builder material supply chain issues, disruptions, trades, has elevated the prices of home and continues to exacerbate the problem of affordability. And today, there's a metric out there called the Housing Opportunity Index, and today it's at the lowest it's ever been since the Great Recession. It's at 42.2%. And what that means is that of all the homes sold in the third quarter of this year, whether they were new or resale, only 42.2% of the U.S. population could afford to buy that home, based on the national average of $90,000 median household income. And so, adding more cost to homes today is just, it's not the right thing to do. Interest rates have gone from January of 3.5% to, last month in October they were 6.9%, and on a $313,000 mortgage, the P&I payment, the principal and interest payment, went up 42 or 47%. And so it just continues to add to the problem of being able to afford homes. Foreseeing all of this, EV capable, EV ready, the R49 insulation into homes is going to make this problem worse over time. It's going to have unintended consequences of additional construction costs that is not just additional insulation. And it's going to make it more difficult for San Antonians to be able to afford to buy a house, to have that dream of owning a home. There are some different studies out there that say the San Antonio MSA needs an additional 65,000 homes to meet the need that's there. And making them more expensive is going to make it less affordable for the average San Antonian. The other thing too is, the Fire Building and Advisory Committee, recommended the changes that they recommended, which was EV capable, R38. Those are things we support, and that's what we are asking for you today, is to approve the changes that were recommended by the Advisory Committee and not the amendments that were suggested today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Schmidt. That's everyone who signed up to speak on item 12, so we'll go now into our council discussion. Councilmember Rocha Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll start off by thanking everybody involved again. And Mike, I don't know about you, but my definition of fun is not what you've defined as today, but I'm glad that you powered through the 22 meetings and that there was 34 folks that were involved. Also at PCDC, this item came to our committee on September 22nd, and Councilman Courage asked for more time because he felt that the new amendments were not enough to address energy efficiency at the time. And I want to thank the Sierra Club because they were the only folks there to speak that day on that item. And it was a really long agenda item, and it was the last one, so thank you also for that. October 31st, we brought this item back to the PCDC, and it was approved with amendments that were passed by our colleagues. And again, thank you. Sierra Club was also there to speak on the item. We met with DCDC DSD. My team met with DSD. I met with them. We've met with them and asked them questions. No requests came in after that, right? So after the October 31st meeting. So it was recently, I think on Monday, that we received some concern with some of the amendments that were shared in our office. So I have the documentation, and I appreciate, I believe it was the Greater Builders Association that sent over the information. With these changes, we know that there's incremental changes to new development. The fact is that we will eventually have more EVs in our city. People will need to charge them. And if the capacity at their homes is too small or too costly to upgrade, they will seek and demand increased stations at commercial properties. And so as we prepare for the future, and I've been talking to folks, and I've been concerned with how future ready we are for EVs, and I am afraid that we are going to be, this is going to be the next redlining for our residents, right? It's EV, but it's coming. And by 2040, by some car manufacturers, some are saying 2030, 2050 the latest, right? So we do have to prepare for it. The costs that I've heard about breaking up concrete, and one key example that I've seen is at my field office. We had a blink station that was placed, and apparently it was done incorrectly. So they had to go back out there and do it again. And so I'm wondering, how much has that cost already? Had we prepared for it, before, would it have been different? Where could we have used that money instead, right? And so that's a whole other conversation. Sorry, Andy, I'll stick to my point. But there's new costs associated with upgrades, right? And so home prices, they're gonna continue to increase without some of these upgrades as well. We know how the market is. While the cost will be passed along to home buyers, the home buyers will have to spend out-of-pocket money to make these improvements after they've purchased their home and planned out their mortgage payments. And so I appreciate the fact that we're thinking of things ahead of time, right, before we get there. I do also want to say that there's technology, right, that will change. And the technology that's out there right now will not be the technology that's there next year or the year after. So we don't know. The reality is that we do not know. We do not have a crystal ball that will predict what technology is going to help us with EVs. But we have talked a lot about CPS STEP program. We've even carved out some funding for new programs from this revenue. And we must realize that much of our programs are on a micro scale, often mitigating the circumstances. In order to control our energy demand, though, especially as we increase in population, we have to consider the way we build now and how we bake in now as many savings as possible. So again, we have had multiple occasions. This has been discussed by DSD staff, by the Office of Sustainability, advisory commissions. The 4 code changes today will cost more. The 4 code changes today will cost more than not doing them, but the cost is in hundreds of dollars, not necessarily thousands of dollars. There's 2 different estimates, right? So I'm trying to go with the average instead of the high or the low end of it. I am concerned with some of the costs, right? Absolutely, no doubt about it. But I'm also encouraged by the savings that could be as much as 11.6% on some of these residents. Dallas gave a compromise moving to R42. So instead of R38, instead of R49, Dallas proposed R42. And it's important to realize that this doesn't actually force developers to install R49, since they can choose several compliance paths. We heard today from one of those developers that includes performance paths from Energy Ratings Index or meeting another code like the Energy Star, which was referenced today. So I appreciate that they already have that option. Mike, I want to ask you before I go on, what would moving to an R42, or was that even considered? And so I heard from one speaker today reference that we're at R30 right now. So we're moving from R30, he said, to an R49. So help me understand that process.
Well, the process, I don't think, and I just looked at my team, I don't think there was like a compromise or not. If you go to an R42, it's probably going to add another inch of that insulation, thinking every 3 or 4 Rs is about an inch of that cellulose insulation. So instead of getting 3 inches, you're probably going to add an inch or something to that effect. I think I'm maybe about right. Okay. I'm doing math on the dais here, or the phone, so.
Got it. Thank you, Mike. And then I also have, so another question. If we approve everything today and we, let's say, send for consideration that from R38 to 49, right? So for a more thorough review, what does that do to you? Or do we have to approve it all today?
No, if you made an amendment to, say, I want to do R38, but I want the department and others to continue to review and work on, maybe R49, we could do that with a certain time frame that you give us and bring you back the same or a different recommendation. We could just further investigate it. I just say that I think there's been a lot of the folks in the room, whether what side you're on or not, they've looked at it a lot, but we could certainly continue to look at it.
Okay, thank you. And then also, I know that our amendments at PCDC, there was a request for 10%, and we didn't feel comfortable at PCDC, so we went with 5%, right? So we recommended that. And then I also want to let my colleagues know that we were requested to go requiring commercial buildings that are 50,000 square feet, or they were asking for groups that were 25,000 square feet and above to have energy systems. And instead, our PCDC committee also came to a compromise and have asked for 50,000 square feet and above to have energy management systems. And that was one of the things that Councilman Courage brought up and supported. So I also think that this is a good compromise. And so along the way, I feel like we've been compromising with both sides, if you will, Mike, like you just referenced right now. I do have one more question. The R49 insulation requirement creates additional firewall, according to some documents that I received, and a change to the building design would create a heel in the ceiling truss, which would then, in the truss, when they blow in the 15.5 inches of insulation that is required. Can you help me understand that a little bit more?
Sure. Can I touch on one thing, though? The 100,000 versus the 50,000? We could look at that, but that wasn't part of the approval motion at the PCD. It was discussed but dropped at the end. So if we want to add that, I'll just keep a note on that. The idea of if the thickness of spray cellulose insulation went from 12 inches to 15 inches, that quite possibly around the edge of that attic, which usually sits on some of the structural members, it would have to be elevated up. So we call that a heel truss. So really it's just some more wood to elevate it to ensure that there's enough gap to spray in and have 15 inches. Otherwise it would pinch down at the end and you wouldn't get the amount of insulation needed to meet that. So you would have to add more structural elements, right, that add more wood around the perimeter. And I think the fire rating issue, one of the gentlemen spoke about if you are close to a setback or close to a property line, and some of this came up last week at an ADU conversation with the UDC, but that has to be fire rated wall, not just regular wood. We use terms like type X gypsum, which is a fire rated gypsum. So I think that's what they were referring to. Okay. So I think that would be the added requirements and costs. So just to meet those other sections of the code.
Great, thank you.
That's how I understand it. So.
Thank you, Mike. Well, Mayor, I motion to approve item 12 as recommended by the Planning Community Development Committee.
All right, there's a motion and a second for approval of item number 12. We will continue our discussion with Councilmember Bravo.
Thank you. I want to make a motion to amend section R410, electric vehicle, EV capable. And so specifically, I want to make a motion to amend it for level 2, to go from level 1 to level 2 chargers installed in garages. And so specifically, the language is a motion to change the language of 20 amp, 110 volt to 40 amp, 220 volt.
Okay, Councilman Bravo, that was included in the original recommendation. Am I correct? Do we need a motion?
Yeah, I would say that certainly that specific language, Councilman Bravo, the PCD recommendation to go to level 2, we assumed that was the language. So I think that's already in the original motion.
All right, we're good then.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. Well, then I will just
so continue on motion. Yeah.
Oh, I don't need to do the motion now, right? Okay.
No, Councilman, you don't have to do the motion.
On the original, okay. So the reason I feel like it's really important to have level 2 chargers is because of where the market is headed right now when it comes to electric cars. So BMW has committed, they're saying that they are producing 50% more electric vehicles year after year, and by 2025, they will have manufactured 2 million electric vehicles. Ford is currently investing $22 billion through 2025 to deliver electric vehicles here in the U.S. General Motors plans to stop selling gas and diesel vehicles by 2035, and by 2030, all Cadillacs will be electric vehicles only. Honda, by 2030, 40% of all vehicles sold will be either electric vehicles or hydrogen, and by 2040, all gas vehicles will be phased out. Hyundai is investing $7.4 billion in the United States to increase electric vehicle production by 2025 here. Jaguar and Land Rover will be all electric by 2030. Mercedes, all new vehicle platforms will be electric vehicles by 2025, and they will only produce electric vehicles by 2030. Fiat Chrysler is investing $35 billion toward manufacturing EVs by 2025 and will offer 55 different electric vehicle models by then. Toyota will offer 70 models of electrified vehicles by 2025. Volkswagen, more than 50% of all Volkswagen sales will be EVs by 2030, and Volvo will only make electric cars by 2030. So these are not my claims, these are the claims from Forbes. And so the question is, do we want to manufacture homes of the past or homes of the future? And you know, with the level 1 charger, that's great for charging your laptop, or maybe if you buy your kid a Barbie Jeep from Toys R Us that's electric, that's great for that. But if you want to actually charge an electric vehicle and you know, not drive somewhere beyond your own zip code, a level 2 charger is important to have. And it's not just important to have for being able to get enough charge on your vehicle. It's important because it's important for grid stability, right? And so when all these people start moving towards electric vehicles, there's going to be a higher load on our electric grid, especially if you have a level 1 charger and you keep you're charging around the clock. It could take you 3 days to charge a car. And we need to control when people are charging. We need to be able to control that demand. So, you know, when people get home from work, if they go in and they plug their car in, usually in the afternoon, that's our peak demand. And that's when the sun starts going down and our solar production on our grid goes down. But we're peaking demand and our energy production is going down. And so that's a real challenge right there for any utility to meet that peak demand at that time. And so if somebody has a level 2 charger, then they can control when they charge it. They don't have to keep it plugged in charging around the clock. They can have it programmed so that you get home from work at 5:30, you plug in, but your car does not actually start charging until maybe 9 or 10 o'clock at night when electricity demand goes down. And electricity is actually cheaper there, and the utility can actually send a market signal or a price signal so that they can actually charge you less if you can agree to not charge your vehicle until 10 p.m. Now, if you do that with a level 1 charger, you're going to wake up and your car's not going to be anywhere close to nearly charged. But if it's a level 2 charger, when you wake up in the morning with just a few hours charge, maybe six to 8 hours of charge, you will have a fully charged vehicle. And that is why it's so important to have this. The other thing is that, you know, once you purchase an electric vehicle, you can actually save a lot on your transportation costs because electricity is so cheap compared to gasoline or diesel. And one of the challenges for lower income people is that upfront cost. But if you can already have the EV charger or an outlet for an EV charger built into the house, it's a lot cheaper than retrofitting it, and that reduces that upfront cost and that obstacle. So I'm in support of these amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Bravo. Councilmember Pelaez.
Thanks, Mike Shannon. Please take the witness stand, sir. Hey, Mike, if I remember correctly, the International Energy Conservation Code does contain requirements for EV chargers in apartments and commercial properties. Is that right?
No, we added that.
So the model code doesn't contain that?
No, that's correct.
All right, so Andy, the model code, the IECC, according to Mike, does not contain language requiring EV charger receptacles for apartments or commercial, right?
That's correct.
All right. So what I do know is that it doesn't contain also similar requirements for residential, single-family, new construction.
Correct.
All right. So if that's the case, and if it hasn't been contained in that code, for that model code for the past 3 years, I'm going to tell you why I'm worried, okay? I'm worried that in 2019, we, the city, went to, and TML, went to the legislative session to try to kill House Bill 2439 that was filed by then Representative Phelan. That bill was subsequently signed into law, I believe. It's now Government Code Section 3000. And while Councilwoman Rocha Garcia was giving us her very thorough comments, I was up here just looking up the law. And what I read was that this law prohibits cities from adopting or enforcing a rule, ordinance, building code, or other regulation that establishes a standard for a building product, material, construction, renovation, maintenance, or other alteration of a residence or commercial building if the standard is more stringent than a standard for that product, material, et cetera, under a national model code published within the last 3 code cycles. I don't know how it is that if it's not even contained in the IECC, and certainly hasn't been contained in the last 3 cycles, we aren't running afoul of Chapter 3000. And so set aside the fact that I've got subject matter experts in building code who are the builders themselves, not developers, but I mean the actual people who are building these houses telling us that each one of these is going to cost thousands of dollars more for home buyers at a time when we've got an affordability crisis. And I'm not going to vote on this. I'm not going to vote yes. That's one of the reasons I'm not going to vote yes. I'm not going to make it more expensive for home buyers today. But my number 2 concern is whether or not we're even preempted from doing this. And so, Andy?
Councilman, yes. Unfortunately, I'm not well versed in Section 3000, but the good news is we do have someone who is.
Okay, good.
Hello, Councilman.
Hi.
Joseph Harney with the City Attorney's Office. Yeah, that section, basically, if something is allowed in one of the past 3 code cycles, the city can't prohibit it. It goes to the definition of stringent by having the requirement, for this new receptacle. I don't know that it necessarily is in conflict because it's part of the city code we have a purpose, right, for doing it.
Right.
We can't necessarily prohibit somebody from using one of the other products identified, but for this particular instance, I don't think there's necessarily a conflict.
You think there's conflict?
I do not.
Okay, because you started by saying you're not sure whether or not it conflicts.
Well, it hasn't been necessarily addressed. It does go to the definition of stringent, and that's something that hasn't been
Right.
fleshed out.
In other words, nobody's been sued yet to test it. I mean, that's really the case, right? So what I'd like to see, first of all, I'm going to make 2 motions. One, that we delay this until we get an opinion letter from the AG as to whether or not this violates Government Code 3000. I think that's going to save us hundreds of thousands of dollars in litigation fees in case we get sued. And delay it for whenever we get that letter back. That's my first motion.
Councilman, if I may, we do not have standing to ask the Attorney General for an opinion. So I would recommend just make the motion to delay it for a date certain.
Yeah, so I make the motion to delay it. How many weeks do you need, Andy, to get me a definitive answer?
I can get you a definitive answer before the next council meeting, Councilman.
So I make a motion to delay this until the next council meeting so that at the very least we know whether or not we're conflicting with state law.
Okay, there was a motion to delay item 12 and a second to delay item 12. So we'll discuss a delay. So let me offer that opportunity to my colleagues. Rod, did you have something you want to add?
I just wanted to make a comment. Item 12, there's a lot of codes in there. We're talking about 10 codes, and I think you're concerned about one of them. Do we need to delay all the codes?
Well,
or are you just specifically
yeah,
concerned
I mean,
about the energy code?
forgive me, you're right. So maybe what we do is, so then my motion is to amend the main motion to exclude the PCDC community development, whatever, the PCDC's recommended amendment with regards to the amendment of the IECC receptacle rule. Did I articulate that correctly, Andy?
You did, Councilman, but my recommendation is your motion initially will be to separate that item.
Yes.
And then once that item's separated, then you can make a motion to delay.
All right, I'm going to do it again.
Does that make sense?
We're going to get it right eventually.
All right.
So I make a motion to separate out the item regarding the update to the International Energy Code section of Chapter 10 and approve the rest of the motion as recommended by PCDC, and then leave that Chapter 10 item for our next City Council meeting. Cool, Andy?
Yeah, the one clarification is your motion is simply to separate, not approve anything yet.
Oh.
Just separate.
All right. What Andy said. I move to separate.
Okay. There's a motion. Did I hear a second to separate the Chapter 10 code from the original motion?
I'll second that for the point of discussion.
Okay. There's a motion and a second to separate the Chapter 10 provision from the rest of the main motion, so we'll talk about that, the separation of those two items. We'll start with Councilmember Rocha Garcia, then Councilman Courage.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Councilman, for bringing it up. I looked up the code immediately as you were talking about it, and so I see where we could be confused, right? I do know that there's other cities that have exceeded the proposed, and so how have they gotten away with it? Do you know, or do you know what cities have? I'm just wondering, or have they been sued?
I don't know how they've gotten away with it. I'm not sure they've gotten away with it. I think that's what we're trying to determine. But
sorry.
Yeah. So I don't know. I think that's something we'd have to look at.
Okay. Well, then I would recommend that we look at that too. But thank you, Mayor. That's my only comment.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Rocha Garcia. Councilmember Courage.
I appreciate this being brought up because Mike will probably remember that I asked him to give me a review of all of the recommendations that came before the committee that were either modified by saying we will do less than what's recommended in the code, or modified where we said we'll do more than is recommended in the code. And there were several, well, quite a few, that were being amended by the committee, either in excess of the code or below what the code was recommending. So I think the question that we're looking at right now could be appropriate to get a little bit better interpretation about what we're recommending, or what's recommending going forward. That's why I support the delay.
Okay, we don't have a delay yet. We're just talking about a separation of the item. So for
That's
a
why I
separate
support
Right,
the
correct, Mayor. And
Yeah.
to clarify, we're separating the item we're separating is the EV amendments. Correct, Councilman Pelias? Just the EV amendments.
Well, by EV, you mean both the installation as well as the electric vehicle, or just the EV?
I'm sorry, just the electric vehicle.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Councilmember Pelias. Councilmember Rocha Garcia, and then I'll come to Villagran. Councilmember Villagran.
Andy, so this is just on the EV for home builders. This is not on the 5% minimum, because we have 2 EV spaces. And so now that we have this Resolution 3000, does that include what we moved forward on the minimum for capable spaces in commercial?
Councilwoman, it's my understanding that the current motion is to separate the amendments only as they relate to the electric vehicle.
On the houses?
In residential.
Yes, please, Councilmember Pelias.
Yeah, so my just off-the-cuff reading of 3,000, I mean, seriously, I just started reading it about 10 minutes ago. And so my off-the-cuff reading of 3,000 just gives me pause about the EV requirements, period, right? And that's, I'm asking that we delay the EV requirements for all these structures for next week until, Andy, you can give all of us a permission slip.
Thank you, Councilmember Plies. Councilmember Villagrán.
We have two amendments regarding EV vehicles. So that would be for both the chargers and the parking spaces, because he's saying all EV vehicles. I think we need to get specific in terms of what he's asking for in terms of our amendments.
I agree. There are two different amendments. One is for in the residential facilities, houses, adding those additional EV chargers. The others are the parking spaces. And it was our understanding it was just the chargers, but.
Yeah, it's a single amendment to separate those two provisions from the main motion.
Again, the two provisions regarding the EV chargers and the EV parking spaces.
Our only, my understanding, I think our understanding was it was for the EV chargers and not for the parking spaces.
Yeah, so I'm obviously being clumsy and not artful enough in doing this, so forgive me. I am concerned with the application of Government Code 3000, which just talks about materials to be used and whether or not they're more stringent or whether or not they even appeared in the IECC cycle, the last 3 cycles. That's it. IECC didn't talk about parking permits. Knock yourself out. Well, I'll vote for parking spaces. I don't care. I'm talking about the materials used, right? That's it. So, and also, I'm just asking that we separate the item requiring these receptacles and this wiring for next week. That's it. So, yeah, so if you guys want, I mean,
yes.
I'll support.
That's our understanding as well, Councilman. Thank you for
thanks.
clarifying.
But to the extent that it applies to any of the structures that we're talking about, right? Commercial, residential, commercial and residential.
Okay,
Councilmember Villagrán.
I won't be supporting the delay. I feel unless city staff recommends supporting the delay. Thank you.
All right, to be clear, we're still just separating it. Once we separate it and it's separated, then we can delay just that one part. But, all right, any further discussion on separating the EV provisions from the main motion? Okay. All right, hearing none, there is a motion and a second by Councilmember Courage to separate the EV provisions from the main motion on the code update. Okay, motion fails. All right, we're going to go now to the main motion. Councilmember.
Yeah, so I'm still got my time, I think, on my original motion. So in the alternative, if it's not separated, a motion to amend the main motion to exclude the PCDC recommended amendments to the International Energy Code section of Chapter 10 and approve the item as recommended by the Building-Related and Fire Code Appeals and Advisory Board.
Okay, the motion is to strip out the EV provisions from the main motion altogether, not to separate them, but to strip them out. So
correct, Mayor, not to separate or delay, but simply to delete them from the.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion? Okay, without a second, the motion dies. All right, so we'll continue on now with the main motion. And I need to go back to your original queue. I only see Councilmember Cabello-Haverda in, so Councilmember Cabello-Haverda.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the compromise PCDC worked with the community and the builders community and of course our environmental community. In the spirit of further compromise, I'll tell you I'm uncomfortable with the insulation piece of this. And so I move to approve item 12. I'm sorry, just real quick. I just want to make a comment that I feel very strongly about the level 2 chargers, that we should bring that should be voted on today and hopefully favorably. I move to approve item 12 as recommended by PCDC with the exception of the amendment regarding IEC section R402.1.3, the requirement for R49 rated insulation for residential ceiling insulation.
There was a motion to remove the insulation provision from the main motion on the code update. The update, so to be clear, that takes it back to what, Andy?
It takes, well, again, Mayor, it's the motion to remove the requirement for R49, correct, Councilwoman?
Just the insulation part of it.
Just the insulation.
Okay. Was there a second to the motion?
Second.
All right, there's a motion and a second to remove the R49 component to the code update. We'll have a discussion about that. Let me see any hands if you'd like to discuss that. Councilmember Villagran.
So I would like to offer a friendly that we move it forward with staff recommendations at R38 to then, with the understanding in the future, we discuss what, because I don't, the work PCDC did and then the work the committee did, and then we discuss in the future if there is a compromise, if the council member would be.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand. What was?
So we would move it back to R38, the recommendation that came from staff for insulation.
No,
with further discussion. Is that? I just wanted to
I
be.
believe that's your motion, is to change it back to staff
original.
recommendation.
Right.
Oh, okay, I just want to make sure. I didn't
Yes.
know if you wanted to remove it completely. Thank you.
Are you going to throw a flag, Andy?
No, I just want to make sure we're clear on, so the motion that Councilwoman made is to remove the R49 rated requirement, and in its stead, it will be an R38? R38 requirement.
The R38 is what is already in the code, right?
Right.
So just, okay, that's right, that's correct.
Okay. So again, we'll continue discussion on amending the original motion back to the staff recommendation of R38. Any discussion on that point?
The only thing I wanted to finish is I do want us to look further at this in committee because of the weather crisis, what we had previous to R38 wasn't working, obviously, in some of our new builds and homes, and we need to look at collectively what will help the city save energy. And the task I have for us as council members, if we have the stat that 42.2% of the people can afford homes, then we need to work on pushing forward ready to work and getting people into homes that they can afford. The other thing is when you come up and say affordable, I need numbers, because $300,000 for a home in some of our neighborhoods is not affordable. So thank you. Thank you for the amendment, and I look forward to discussing this in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Villagran. Councilmember Courage.
Yeah, I share the concern about having to raise it that high. When we talk about maybe the problems with insulation in San Antonio, a lot of the homes were built, 50, 60 years ago. And what was the R value then? 12 or something. And then it went up to 20. And then it went up to, 30, which is what a lot of homes have been recently built at. And now it's going up to 38 more currently. And so, yes, overall in the city, we're probably seeing a lack of the kind of insulation in 75% of the homes that have been built over the last 50 years. But it doesn't mean that 75% of the homes being built over the next 50 years, if they have R38, won't help, with our energy crisis or energy problems. But I am willing to say over the next 3 years, let's take a look at what's the weather like. Are we going to have another Storm Uri? Are we going to have another 3 months of 100 degrees weather? If so, over the next 2 or 3 years, I'd certainly be willing to look at R49 as a better way of, protecting our residents. But right now, I think the 38 could remain. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Courage. Anything further on the amendment to change to staff recommendation on R38? Councilmember Rocha Garcia.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Again, I think that if we have some additional time to even consider like the 42 versus the 49, I'm not sure if, I think maybe that's what Councilwoman Villagran was asking for, some additional time. And so I guess my question is, should she offer that in addition to Councilwoman Haverda's point, that we take this back also and consider it for the next round?
As I understand it, the motion would essentially update our code to R38. It's a little unclear what happens within the committee discussion. Mike, are you prepared to have conversations further about other levels?
Well, I think I've heard it now from the chair and a member of the committee. If they want me to do some more work with everybody here over a prescribed time. In 3 years, we're going to be back looking at the next set of codes. We can wait 3 years, or you can do it in a smaller period of time. But we would work with the committee. I would imagine you'd ask us to come, be on the agenda. Give me a little bit of time to work on that stuff. But we could certainly do that. You could adopt it as 38 today, and then we could bring back something.
But in the
further.
meantime, it will be adopted as R38. Okay. Is that?
Correct, Mayor. And since the council can change it whenever they want, there's no need to include that in the motion, Councilwoman.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Oh, sorry.
Okay. Great. Good. All right. Thank you, Councilmember Rocha Garcia. Any further discussion? I will just say I'm going to save my comments on the code updates overall to the end, but I am compelled, especially in this environment, on the concerns of rate of diminishing return. I'll save my comments for the other stuff when the main motion comes forward, but I'll be supporting this amendment to change the staff recommendation of an R38. Please vote. Motion carries. All right, we will now go back to the main motion, and I'll need to get another queue started. Would anyone like to make comments on the main motion? Again, the main motion now is amended to reflect R38, but also includes the PCD recommendation on the level 2 chargers and the EV parking spaces. Councilmember Bravo.
Mike, can you come and explain to us about what it would take to make homes solar ready and be able to just move where, I guess, put more attention into where any roof protrusions go so that we can allow for more solar?
Yeah, so solar ready has some additional, the term solar ready as opposed to solar capable. One of the main items would be looking at either ensuring, I think it was mentioned, the roof area, ensuring you have a certain type or amount of roof area that faces a certain direction, that doesn't have penetrations like vent pipes or chimneys or those other things in the roof. So during your design, you'd have to ensure that was laid out properly. And then there, even further designing some structural loading for future, that could be part of the solar ready. So again, there are some additional requirements, but a lot of it has to do with the roof. And if your bathroom is here and typically there's a straight up vent pipe, you'd either modify your venting or possibly redesign your floor plan if you wanted to somewhere else away from that floor area. So there's things that the builders would probably have to do, and some could be easy, some would be difficult.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion to amend so that we have single-family homes built so that they're solar ready.
Okay, there was a motion and a second for amending the main motion to include solar readiness. And can you clarify, Mike, what you interpret that to mean?
So I might need a little more clarification because solar ready, different provisions around different cities or states that have done versions of it. They define certain amount of roof area and certain things like that. So I don't think there's an absolute standard for that. I've seen different ones. So we may need some actual language to be developed so that we could put into the code, but I mean, I think I understand your concept, but I
Right.
might need some language that you're proposing.
So this is something that we can bring at any time, though. We can bring through PCDC or something in the future.
That
Okay,
is something,
then
yeah, you're
I
correct.
withdraw my motion then.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Bravo. Any further discussion on the main motion? Again, code updates to include the amended motion R38 language, and then the level 2 chargers and 5% spaces. All right, let me just say a few things. Number one, we are, and I am especially sensitive to the issues of affordability, and the last thing that we should be doing is looking at ways that we can just artificially increase the cost of building homes. In fact, we've had many discussions up here about the ways that we can reduce the cost of building homes, things from the amount and availability of supply chains to reducing the costs of the red tape and administration of building homes to even the cost of dirt in this community. I will say that if we're just focused on those things, however, we're being very short-sighted. A bigger part of the discussion in this community has to be economic mobility and the fact that in this community, as the costs of everything go up, from the loaf of bread to a home, our wages and our income levels in our community remain depressed, and that's why so much of our effort right now is going into workforce development, education, and access to good-paying jobs. So it's a broader conversation on affordability than simply the cost of homes. I will also say, if it's just the cost of materials, we're fighting a losing battle because much of that is in macroeconomic trends, inflation, et cetera, and we're seeing what the impacts are. Now, I want to thank the Greater San Antonio Builders Association, in particular Ed, for all the work he's done on committee levels to help us have proper representation and proper input and expertise on those committees to get us to a better, more robust plan for housing affordability. If we exclude the voice of the builders, then we are truly being short-sighted. However, I will also say that when we're talking about policies that include forward-thinking, important priorities of the council and that frankly reflect market trends, we have to include things like EV readiness. There is no doubt if we don't change the way we do business with regard to electric vehicles in this community, we are going to fall way short of our climate readiness goals. Not only that, we're going to continue to contribute to what we're struggling with right now, and that is non-attainment of our air quality. So many impacts. So when we're looking at, and we all saw these two things, housing affordability and the need for being a future-ready community, coming to a collision point. And it does not mean that we are not being sensitive and being concerned about affordability when we have those discussions. It means that we have to have them. So when I have to go through the decision-making process, I look at what is our return. Is the juice worth the squeeze, in other words? And we just had a conversation about the insulation, and I think it wasn't. On this, however, the level 2 charging stations within the homes and the cost that it might add vis-a-vis everything else that goes into housing affordability, I do. And I do think it will make a significant impact. I speak from personal experience, but I also am speaking from what we are seeing in the trends of consumers with regard to EVs and the importance that we see more of that in our communities, along with what the manufacturers of these automobiles have already told us they're going to be doing within the next 10 years. So on that, I am supportive of the code updates to include the EV amendment to level 2. And I think that we ought to thank all the committees, all the stakeholders who have provided great input for the thoughtfulness in getting us to this point. But I'm ready to move forward with the updates as amended. So if there's no further discussion, let me say there's a motion and a second for approval of item number 12. There's no vote button yet. I don't see it. Okay. Please vote. All right, motion carries. We will now go to our city manager's report.
Just one one item, Mayor, I wanted to share an important, timely employee spotlight video. And you saw some of them here today. Actually, you saw all three of them here today. Our small but mighty Military and Veteran Affairs Department and the work they do here in our community to make sure that we have a good working relationship with the military here in San Antonio. Yesterday, we co-hosted an event for city employees who were also veterans. We have over 1,600 employees who have previously served in the military. And so, as I said to them yesterday, I wanted to thank them for their service to our country, but also their continued service to our community as they work on behalf of our 1.5 million citizens. So let's roll today's video.
The Military and Veterans Affairs Department in this city is quite small. There's only 3 of us, and a lot of people haven't heard of us because we're really an operational level department. We're focused on keeping the military in San Antonio through 2 lines of effort, the mission readiness and the quality of life. We have Bexar County Veterans Office who supports all the individuals. They're there to help out applying for benefits and other opportunities, but we focus on the military as a whole, and then just really work together with other organizations to multiply that effort.
What makes me proud to work in this department and ultimately the city is that the city just doesn't talk the game. Since 2007, over $100 million of city budget and bond program money, taxpayers' money, but has benefited not only the citizens, but benefited Joint Base San Antonio and protects them. And those are tangible things that we can show the Department of Defense. If they ever have congressionally mandated tasks to say, look at closing bases or consolidating missions, community support is a graded area, and we were able to show no kidding things the city has done, and not just ribbons around trees and parades and proclamations. Those are important. That shows nice appreciation, but that's not ultimately really community support, and you're getting that out of an office of 3. I retired from the Air Force in 2017. When this opened up, I knew this was great because it still allows me to feel like you have an impact on the military mission, military families, without wearing the uniform. So we all like the sense of accomplishment and what we do, job satisfaction, and this job does just that.
That's it, Mayor. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Eric, and thank you, everyone. We do have an brief exec session, so the time is now 2:06 p.m. on Thursday, November 10th, 2022. The City Council of the City of San Antonio will now meet in executive session and consult with the City Attorney's Office pursuant to Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code and deliberate to discuss the following items. Economic development negotiations pursuant to Section 551.087, the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property pursuant to Section 551.072, and consultation with the city attorney for legal issues or advice related to litigation involving the city and COVID-19 preparedness under Section 551.071.